This episode is brought to you in part by Exoterra. If you're as passionate about reptiles and amphibians as I am, you know that quality matters. I use Exoterra products on all my reptile and amphibian enclosures, which is why I'm excited to be partnering with them. From naturalistic decor to innovative lighting and enclosures of all sizes, Exoterra has everything you need for your cold-blooded companions. Exoterra. Make your reptiles feel at home. This episode contains a paid sponsorship placement for True Chroma by Faunalux. Lighting reptiles isn't just about brightness or giving UVB, it's about illuminating the world that animals actually thrive in. Introducing True Chroma by Faunalux, a premium, revolutionary LED spotlight purpose-built for animals. Faunalux has worked with lighting experts and biologists to develop something totally new. Reptile Vision Technology, a bespoke single-source chip delivering high levels of visible light and proportional UVA1. That means your animals can get true full-color vision for the first time. Tried and tested by zoos, vets, and passionate keepers worldwide, True Chroma is now available at fauna-lux.com/expertidiot10 for 10% off your order today. True Chroma from Faunalux. Educated by nature. This episode is brought to you in part by Unlimited Exotic Pets. Every day is Veranda Day for Nick Lillis, and it shows. At Unlimited Exotic Pets, Nick produces high-quality monitor lizards with a deep commitment to ethical care practices and top-tier nutrition. These aren't just pets. They're responsibly bred, ethically raised animals. Whether you're looking for a new companion, starting a breeding project, or anything in between, Nick has you covered. Unlimited Exotic Pets, keeping and breeding quality without limitations. Love reptiles? Don't miss this. If you're passionate about reptiles, amphibians, and everything cold-blooded, Reptiles magazine is a must-have. Each issue is packed with expert care tips, stunning photography, and the latest news in the reptile world. Whether you're a seasoned herpetologist or just starting your reptile journey, this magazine has something for you. Subscribe today and stay informed on the best ways to care for your scaly friends. For only $14.99 a year, you can step outside your algorithm and get exposure to things that you wouldn't normally see or learn about. My family reads Reptiles magazine, and you should too. Visit subscribe.reptilesmagazine.com to get started. This is the Expert and the Idiot podcast. If you like the show and you'd like to support us, there's a link to our Patreon in the description below. Some benefits include getting access to new episodes up to a month in advance. There's also links to USARK and USARK Florida. If you're not already a member, please sign up. Enjoy the show. Welcome to episode 77 of The Expert and the Idiot. Today I'm talking to Thomas Griffiths of Tomaskas Limited. And today we're going to be talking once again about some exciting new products. A couple of them are from sponsors of the show. And I think that the last time you were on, you had kind of alluded to these products. They were kind of in development, and so that the landscape has kind of changed. I think the last time we talked was 6 months ago. So a lot of things have changed within that 6 month time span. So I'm excited to talk about that. One of the products is the UVA1 light from Faunalux, and the other is the UVB VHO T5 tube from Exoterra. So those are both show sponsors. So this isn't going to be a giant infomercial. I don't want any listeners to get the wrong idea. We're going to be talking about a vast array of subjects, but we will touch on specifically those products. And when we do, that'll kind of be disclosed, but I wanted to put that out first, in the beginning here.
Yeah, disclosure for me is that I'm not being paid by either of those two brands or you to be here. Like that is I happen to work on products that you happen to be sponsored by, or sponsored by those companies. So it's this isn't an advertisement. I'm not being paid, and I don't make any money on the sale of these products. I don't make any sort of commission or anything like that. I'm here to talk about a subject as a whole, and a really good subject to talk about is stuff that I've worked on. Happens that you are sponsored by brands that with products that I've worked on. But we will talk about other brands as well. There's some interesting stuff. And wow, did we really talk about? Did I hint at such products last time? I
think that you had talked about maybe not the Phonolux, but the T5 tube. I think you had talked about the coatings, and I think that something was mentioned about that.
Okay.
Not directly, no brand names, nothing like that. Obviously, you're smarter than that.
Yeah, I had to ask some of the brands with stuff that I'm working on how far I could go. This was the other day. Messaged a few people just saying, what can and can't I say? Because it can get me into trouble. But some of them have said I can hint at some more things, and I'm sure that'll naturally appear in conversation because I can't help myself sometimes.
Yeah.
So,
well, so this will be a fun one to kind of catch up. I feel like my whole grasp on the lighting situation has really evolved in the last 6 months. I have a much better understanding of it. I think since we last spoke, I've totally switched over to heat lights from the deep heat emitters, or projectors. So what is the broad term for those?
It depends on what you want to call it. The term deep heat projector is a specific to a product, right? So it's almost like Velcro. Velcro is the name that we give it, but actually Velcro is the brand, and the item is called hook and loop or hook and mesh or whatever. Deep heat projector is what people call it. But actually it's an infrared heat projector, or a carbon filament lamp is what it is.
Okay.
So a carbon filament lamp is what I tend to call it, but people call it the deep heat projector, or the DHP.
Yeah.
But there's a few different brands that do them.
I feel like our conversation from the last time, it may have kind of made people look at those as if they have no value at all, but I think that they do have value. If you need to provide heat to an entire enclosure, if you need to heat a reptile throughout the night, it would probably be a good option, right? For me personally, I'm concerned about producing boas going forward, and needing to provide 24-hour heat in that scenario, right? So what I thought about putting in a radiant heat panel, but to only use it while the female is gravid seems like an excessive amount of money. And it's like, I could just take out my basking bulb, put in a deep heat projector, and just set that on a thermostat and use it for the time being, and then go back to a basking bulb.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. For me, that would mostly depend on how the enclosure is set up, and how your lighting is set up in the enclosure, or the fixtures are set up. So if your fixture, or your fitting, the ceramic thing that you screw things into, if that is inside the enclosure, i.e. not above a mesh, i.e. a bit more like the UK, we have it, that example behind me is a mesh enclosure, but where there's a solid top, and you have we tend to have fixtures on the inside. For those situations, a ceramic heat emitter would work better, I think, in that situation.
Okay.
For a situation where you have lamps above a mesh, or lighting above a mesh, ceramic heat emitters do work, but they become less, I don't want to say efficient because it's not the right word, but I'm going to say efficient anyway. They become less efficient the further away you move them from the enclosure. So if you have we'll call it a light, even though it's not a light, it's a ceramic heat emitter, but if you have the device further and further away, it's not projecting heat, right? It's not projecting that infrared down. the way a ceramic heat emitter works is mostly through conduction of warmth onto the surrounding air, and warm air rises. That's the fact. So it's less efficient. Again, I'm doing the quotations with my fingers. It's less efficient if you have the ceramic heat emitter to the other side of the room, because it'll take a long time for that warm air to circulate around the room. Whereas if you have a device that emits slightly, what we call slightly shorter wavelength infrared B, then infrared B does not as much conduct warmth into the air. The device still does, but the infrared B actually passes through the air because it acts more like light, and it only, inverted commas, only heats when it hits a surface. So in theory, you could have the heat projector at the other side of the room and almost like a light bulb, right? The same way you would beam the energy down into the enclosure from a far away distance. Obviously, that's not realistic, but I'm exaggerating the distance from the enclosure. So the further away from the enclosure you are, the more and more apparent a heat projector becomes. But at that point, it becomes a debate as to whether you just heat the space as in the room instead. Because that can be more efficient as well. So it may be more efficient to just plug in a convection heater into the wall that time of year. So that and then have that on the thermostat. So the room is always at your minimum, whatever it may be, 22 degrees, 80 Fahrenheit, whatever it may be. And the enclosure isn't really going to get any lower than that because the room is that temperature. The only place that will get any lower is if there's any evaporative cooling going on near a water bowl or something like that.
So
Sorry.
I use these. No, I appreciate it. So I use these spacers here. So all of my lighting is inside those, and I actually have, it's a solid top with screen portions, right? So
okay,
yeah. So the LED, or not LED, the UVB bulb is in there. My basking bulb is in there, and so what I was thinking is just for that duration of time, take out the basking bulb, throw in the DP projector, keep a constant 88 degree hotspot for the gravid female to lay on. And then
you want to warm the substrate, right?
Yeah. Substrate or whatever, her basking platform. I use a piece of slate to absorb the warmth. And so once she gives birth, then just go back to a heating bulb and move on,
Of course. Yes. And that's because boas are live bearers, right? So, and I'm not a boa breeder. I'm not really a breeder of any kind. Do they like the warmth to do that on? Do they need, like, I say needs a strong word, but is that an infamous thing for boas that they need a hotspot?
God, I wish the answer I would say is yes. So okay. I did have on Dr. Warren Booth, and I know I've talked with him about it, and I just from viewing his posts, like he temp guns his gravid females, and I think that they're always like at 87 degrees, like constant.
So the skin. He does the skin.
Yeah, so the surface temperature of their body is 87 degrees. So you can bet your bottom dollar that they're just hugging that heat that entire time that they're gravid. Yeah,
they're incubating their babies inside them, aren't they?
Yes. Yep.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. Yes. The most natural way to do it. I say the most natural way to do it. That's a strong way of saying it, isn't it? As with all these things, it always depends on the setup. There's so many. I think the most said word in our last chat was the word caveat, potentially. And I always put a caveat on everything I say because it's always dependent on the situation. The beauty of what we have in the pet world is that 99% of the situations are the same. They're always a PetSmart bought enclosure or whatever it may be. In those sorts of situations, it may be more efficient to heat the room, especially in a situation like yours where you've got lots of enclosures. If you put an 80 watt heat projector on each of those, and they're all on thermostats, the purchase of thermostats and all that sort of stuff, it may be more cost effective to heat the room. But
well, and that's actually part of me wanting to use a deep heat projector is that it'll probably only be 1 or 2 enclosures.
Okay. Yes, that is different. Yeah.
So
you want to focus that temperature spot into one area. Yeah.
So I've kind of come to the point where it's like I'm either gonna throw in a ceramic heat emitter and just put a new fixture in, right, and just utilize that while she's gravid. Swap the bulb out with a deep heat projector for the duration of her being gravid, or put in a help me out here,
radiant heat panel.
Yes, radiant heat panel.
I think
which would by far really be that would be the most expensive option,
but very expensive. Yeah, they're very good because they have a really small form factor. Is one of the really good. I say the problem. It's not really a problem, but one of the challenges we face with any of these devices, be it an incandescent bulb, a heat projector, ceramic heat emitter, it's a screw-in fixture, right? So you've got your ceramic fixture, which is already a decent size. Either it's in a dome or it's in a plug-in one on the under. So that's already 10 centimeters. Then you've got the device. You end up with loads of space being taken up. Whereas a heat panel is 20 mil, if that, 2 centimeters thick. But they are expensive. They're some of the really good ones are like handmade in Italy as well, and they use like from an underfloor heating company. They make these parts in Italy and manufacture the thing in Italy. I think so I recently went to I've just come back from China, visiting a lot of factories and places that make these things. And there is a place in China, a very well-known place, quite a big factory, that makes heat mats, but not just heat mats for reptiles, heat mats for all sorts of purposes. And they make a snake rack heater. It's almost certainly a quite a famous one. From what I've seen, I don't know the brand, but from what I saw, it's almost certainly one because they make them en masse. So someone's buying them, and they've all got American plugs on them, so someone's buying them in the States.
Yeah.
And they have a really good system for it. Actually, theirs is pretty thin. It's interesting how there's a different level of understanding with heat and temperature when you talk to an engineer versus the salesperson or indeed a keeper. There's a lot of difference in what people define as different things. But I think heat projectors are very useful in some quite narrow circumstances. But and I have to be careful how I say it because people take it so literally and seriously, every word I say. The issue with the heat projector, the main issue, is the peak wavelength is circa 2,000 nanometers, or 1,800 nanometers, somewhere around there. And that is a group of wavelengths that does not exist in nature. If you go outside, there's a caveat to that. If you go outside in the sun, you will not be exposed to that wavelength. And the reason you're not exposed to that wavelength is the sun does emit that wavelength, those wavelengths, it does, but as the light penetrates the Earth's atmosphere, it passes through ozone and clouds and all sorts of water vapor and all this sort of magical stuff in the atmosphere. All sorts of crap, yeah. And those things filter out parts of the light. So sunlight is this sort of almost, because of what the sun's made from, but it's almost a nice, smooth parabola shape. Once sunlight hits the Earth, it's not. It's really droppy. There's lots of bits cut out. And some of the most famous parts that are cut out, I say famous to me, are cut out by water molecules in the air, in the atmosphere. Which means that when they hit the Earth, the water has already had its go at those. Right? So those are gone, pretty much. But when we emit those wavelengths from a heat projector, the water hasn't had chance, right? You're going that far away from a heat projector to an animal or to your skin. The water hasn't had chance to do that, right? It needs to go through layers and layers and layers of water first.
Yeah.
So the water it heats up is the water in your skin. And what you find with animals that are exposed to heat projectors is a fairly chronic level of drying,
Really?
dehydration, because it's heating up the water inside them. When in the wild, those wavelengths don't exist because the water's already had its go in the sky.
Now, is this exclusive to heat projectors or ceramic heat emitters and radiant heat panels?
It's a good question. It exists in incandescent lights as well. That's the kicker, is that's a bad point about heat projectors, but it's also a bad point about incandescent lights. Is incandescent lights emit wavelengths that are unnatural. They do, and they're not necessarily dangerous. When I say unnatural, I don't mean dangerous. What I mean is they are what I'm going to term the drying wavelengths, because in nature they don't exist because water has already had its turn. In captivity or in man-made settings, they are present. These drying wavelengths, these groups of wavelengths that are drying, and we do see. It was quite famous for green iguanas to go through renal failure back in the day. Now, obviously, green iguanas were never kept well, especially in the UK. But there's a working theory that's pretty strong that one of those things is that we just had them under heat bulbs, and they were so dry from these things and not given enough humidity anyway that it dried them out, give them renal failure. Tortoises famously get pyramiding. People have always put it down to too much protein, etc., etc. Those things almost certainly do play a part. But we know that if you dry out the keratin in the shell, they grow quick, but they also get the pyramiding, the spiky shells. That happens when tortoises are kept under heat projectors and incandescent halogen lamps as well. But also, yes, ceramic heat emitters emit infrared C, which is also drying. However, the difference with infrared C, again, caveat, is that it's so weak in a sense. It's so low power that it tends to just warm molecules in the air rather than go through the air like light does, like the rest of light does. So what you find is, and I'm trying to think of the best way of saying it, what you find is that it's not quite as drying. Now, it can be drying if you're quite close, but it's not quite as drying because it's just kind of heating up the atmosphere, the air, rather than anything than penetrating through the air. Then my caveat on the heat projectors, when I say those wavelengths don't exist in nature, some smart ass, I don't know if it was in our last chat or a different podcast, some smart ass was like, actually, they do exist in nature. Have you ever seen a volcano? And it's like, oh, fuck's sake. Yes, volcanoes get very hot, but I don't see boa constrictors basking at a volcano for the heat. Like, they may do, but they don't do it every bastard day. Like, yes, those wavelengths exist in nature. Yes, there are animals that expose themselves to it potentially, but my God. This is what I mean when I say the caveats. It's like someone takes, when I say 1,800 nanometers doesn't exist in nature, someone goes, actually, it does. I went to a volcano and measured it. Volcano? It's fucking mad. The thing with all of these things is it's directly related to the temperature of the filament inside, the piece of metal inside. Or the whatever it is. And a tungsten filament lamp, so a halogen or a standard heat bulb, the filament gets to around 2,500 Kelvin. And we can plot the wavelength that it gives off based on that. The heat projector gets to around 800 Kelvin, maybe a little bit higher. And again, we can plot that. And a ceramic heat emitter has a filament inside. It's just encased in ceramic. The ceramic heat emitter itself gets pretty hot, 500 Celsius, maybe a little bit higher. So it can emit those similar wavelengths to a heat projector. In fact, if you turn it up enough, they glow. I've got pictures of them glowing, ceramic heat emitters. Because inside is a filament. The filament inside is almost certainly glowing red hot. It's just encased in ceramic. And so the ceramic heat emitter itself, the actual ceramic body, is the thing that's emitting the infrared C. But like I said, the wavelengths that it gives off are directly related to the temperature of the filament. And there's a scale, if you like, on the relationship intensity, if that makes sense, which is called emissivity. And the closest emissivity is to 1, the more it's closely related. that's a technical way. But they for 99% of people, all they need to know is that the temperature of the filament, almost certainly in every situation, determines the wavelengths that lamp will give off. And that's how we know that what these lamps do. That's how we know. We can measure it, right? I've measured it. The costs of measuring the infrared in this range is £1,500 a test at the very cheapest.
Wow.
That's $2,000. That's at the very, very, very cheapest. Not a very high resolution spectrograph of this data. And I've done that. We've done the tests, and we know what the wavelengths are that it gives off because we've measured it. So when people say all these strange things, we don't. I've heard one of the big brands saying we don't actually know what it's giving off, and what we do because we've got a bloody photo of it. Like we can see what it's giving off. But anyway, that's yes. I know that last time somewhat people found my dislike of heat projectors quite funny, and I know that the snake world is very big for heat projectors. I was at a pet shop opening recently in the UK, and they were installing heat projectors in with some of the snakes as like day before opening. And I said, "What the bloody hell are you doing?" And they said, "We know, but if we gave them a incandescent light, people would hate us." Which is backwards to me. That's mad, because I'm like, well, tell them to piss off then. But
yeah,
people on the forums and all that sort of stuff will say this shop doesn't know what they're talking about. They've got a boa under a heat light. Guess what? Boas go out in the sun.
You know who else has boas under heat lights is Vin Russo. He uses heat lamps, so it's so people very prominent in the hobby,
in the world,
use them and have used them for a long time. There, and I feel like there's kind of I don't know if it's a trend, but I feel like it's kind of more and more people are going back in that direction, towards heat bulbs. What's so cool about it to me is they're cheap. I mean, you're talking $6 to $12 USD for a heat bulb. You compare that to a heat projector or a radiant heat panel, and your cost is very, very low wattage too. The likelihood of something accidentally getting cooked or using too high of wattage or whatever, take your pick, is much lower in my opinion, because you're using a 25 watt glass bulb. It seems like the legal issues that we were running into here in America have all been, lifted. And
that was a lot of work, but they're officially, I think they're officially still in place, but not, they're chosen to not be enforced is so the fight still goes on to get them into legislation as an exemption. For now, there is no exemption still. However, the enforcement has been stopped.
Okay.
That's what's actually happened. So the rules are still in place. The rules still say these are banned, but the people who are in charge of enforcing those rules are just saying, "Nah, we can't be bothered doing that." Words to this effect. After a long time of chatting, yes, which is a very good thing. It's oh my goodness. There's been a lot of work and stress and lots of banging heads against walls, I think, has happened, especially at ZoomEd HQ. I think those guys have effectively carried the weight of the exotics trade in the US on that. Now, I know other people are involved as well, but yeah, the ZoomEd have really carried that, I think, and they did a really good job, and I think to my knowledge, they're still carrying it. The fight will carry on in order to get the official exemption, but for now, we can take a little bit off the accelerator because we're actually okay. We can sell these things now, which is great.
Yeah, that seems like it needs to be something in legislation. It needs to be, like, hey, let's exempt animal welfare and providing what the animal needs to survive and be healthy.
Because you can bet your ass if those lamps cured cataracts, it would immediately get an exemption. Like if it was heat bulbs all of a sudden cured cancer, it would be tomorrow there'd be an exemption for them, and you'd be able to buy them straight away. So you'd be able to buy them at a very expensive price at that point. But I think there's a potential. I don't quote me on this, but I think there was a potential that they would just need to put on the box that this is an animal lamp only and not for lighting a home, which I think they pretty much do anyway. So it's not a which
I mean, who the shit is going out and getting a heat lamp and putting it in their bathroom? You know, putting it in their vanity or something.
The amount of mad rules and legislation. I mean, we have similar thing in the UK that we and in Europe, but we have the energy labels. I don't know if I've got anything to show you with it on, but in the UK we have this kind of and in the EU, we have this like energy labeling system. Things are labeled like A, B, C, D, E, F, and it's kind of like what scale they're on. Mm-hmm. And it labels efficiency effectively. It's similar to the ruling on the incandescent lamps, and it labels efficiency. Sorry, and lamps have to be of a certain efficiency. The irony being that animal care lamps like can't fall under that because they may be emitting a lot of their energy as UVB, which doesn't class as efficient because it's not visible. So there is an exemption. The exact test, I should know this. I think it's 62560 is the IEC 62560 is I think, and that's the test that labels the. No, I don't know what it is. There's another 62471 is what labels the output of the light on photobiological, like photohazard levels. And if a lamp emits a certain level of UV or blue light, but it's also an animal lamp, then you can class it as an exempt. If it doesn't, then it's illegal. There's all sorts of crazy. I've recently become. I say recently. I've over the last 12 plus months become a little bit of a nerd when it comes to compliance with these sorts of things because I've had to because of consultancy jobs have moved into that space a little bit, parred on a little bit by the heat lamp ban in the US.
Yeah.
That has opened up a lot of brands to ask questions about where else could we be facing weaknesses, right? What other legislation could all of a sudden kick us out of being able to sell lamps? So I've gone on a bit of I've done like training courses on stuff. I've signed up and I'm an official kind of consultant on some testing services and all sorts of crazy stuff where I basically have to learn these rulings and the standards that lamps have to adhere to on many different levels in order to remain legal and what exemptions we have. Luckily, we have a few exemptions in the UK and EU for a few certain things. There's a few rulings that make it okay. It's interesting. It's come in very handy for a few brands recently. One of them being Phonolux, another one being ZoomEd, where they, in order to make sure that things are legal in the UK and EU, they've had to make sure that certain markings are correct and things like that. It comes in very handy.
Okay. Do you think that UVB LEDs will ever fully replace T5 tubes?
Ooh, do you want a short answer or a long answer?
Whatever answer.
The short answer.
I want the best answer.
Oh, good, nice. I like that. The short answer is yes, absolutely, they will.
Okay.
Yes, they will. And I have some quick, short, 5-minute informational videos on my YouTube channel. People can look at this about whether UVB LEDs are dangerous. And there's a few issues we face. Some of those are hypothetical and theoretical at the moment. Some of them are very real and a challenge. Not that other lamps don't have challenges as well. This isn't me saying stick to fluorescents because they don't have any challenges. Fluorescents have a shitload of challenges to overcome. LEDs have similar challenges, but they also have separate challenges as well that are different. One of them I can show you a picture of later on as to what one of the issues is. But the most famous issue is the wavelength that they emit. It's similar to the projector, it's just on the other end of the spectrum, in that there are parts of the electromagnetic spectrum that play with vitamin D, as we know. And the part that makes vitamin D go up is very prominent in a UVB LED. And by UVB LED, I mean the actual diode itself, presuming it's what we call a 308 nanometer diode. Those parts are very prominent, the parts that make vitamin D go up. The parts that regulate vitamin D and stop it going too much, because those exist as well, are not prominent. And certainly not prominent in the levels that we find in sunlight. Which then becomes a separate challenge is, do we want to replicate sunlight, or do we care as long as it's safe? Those are the two other challenges. Personally, I want to replicate sunlight, which is a whole other issue. But if we go down the safe issue, the safety thing, at this point, we don't know for certain how much of those regulation wavelengths we need comparative to the ones that make vitamin D go up. We don't know how many we need to bring it down again. And until we work out that ratio, it's a guessing game. The issue we would find with vitamin D going up too much is potential toxicity. And the famous study for this, again, I say famous, the study for this is 2016, Cusack et al., where they took some beta dragons and, as well as other things that were done in the study, the bit of interest is some beta dragons that were under a UVI of 0.2, I want to say. It could be 0.24 or somewhere around there. A very low UVI, and UVI is effectively just the strength of UVB, for the sake of this. A very low UVI. Those animals still developed or still synthesized a lot of vitamin D. Not too much, but a lot. The question then becomes, what would happen if we gave those dragons the correct UVI? When I say correct, it's in inverted commas. So UVI of around 4.5, which is on average what we give them according to the Ferguson zones. Would they skyrocket and become toxic? We don't know. No one's done that test yet. That's the theory. The theory is that if those animals were put under a UVB LED lamp, or the same one that they were under in the Cusack study, and exposed to the appropriate level of UVI, then in theory the bloods would skyrocket and would become dangerous. This is where it comes into, does it matter if they don't die? What's our level on safety, right? We know what the bloods should be because we've got bloods from the wild. If it goes 20% above that, are we calling it dangerous? What if they don't die, right? Is it still dangerous? What if it would only become dangerous after 50 years of that high level, and these animals don't live 50 years, it will never be a problem. Yeah. These are the sort of ethical questions we need to ask ourselves, which is why I prefer to say, you know what, let's just make it like sunlight, because that's a separate issue. And if we make it like sunlight, then it will always have the correct ratio of UVB to what we call UVA2, which is the regulation wavelengths. It will always have that correct ratio, and thus will always, inverted commas, always be safe. We don't need to worry about the ethics of whether it's doable, even though their bloods are very high. We don't. That's a question for a different scientist. I think is a question for someone who's willing to risk some animals for that. Now, some people do, and we don't know. It's an interesting one. But the answer to the question of will they ever become safe? Yes, absolutely. This is an active area of interest for myself, but for some others. And the call to action at the moment is to get blood tests done. And that is a paper which I was a co-author of. Lead author was Dr. Serena Wunderlich, and other co-author was Dr. Francis Baines. And between us, we kind of measured a load of lamps and effectively concluded that we need blood tests. Because at the moment, we don't actually know what is going on with inside these animals. It could well be that there is another part of the body that regulates vitamin D that we just don't know of. It could be. It could be that exists. And if that exists in the wavelengths that the UVB LEDs do, then we're safe. But at the moment, we don't know. We don't know. But someone will do those bloods. Someone will do the tests. And someone will find an answer. I think the brands are largely unwilling to fund those tests. It's not super expensive, £10,000 maybe. 5 to 10,000 bits. It's expensive, but it's not, it's not medical trial expensive. But imagine spending £10,000 on a test for it to tell you that your lamp is dangerous, and then it gets published. It's the worst PR possible. Like, it's the worst idea. So it will take an independent tester to do that. Anyone got 10 grand? If someone's got 10 grand, I'll do it. I'll do it. The issue within the UK is in order to get the bloods, you need what's called a home office license, and you need a whole load of stuff. So it would have to be done in like the Netherlands, where it seems you can just cut animals open and it doesn't matter. From what I know about the regulations in the Netherlands, they're really lax on what you can do with.
Really?
Yeah, it's crazy. But that's where I think that's where the Cusack study was done, I think, in the Netherlands. Don't quote me on that, but I think so. There's absolute possibility to do this study. The prime animal to do it with would be bearded dragons, because they're super popular and they bask. Right? There's no point in doing this with a leopard gecko, because then people would just say, "Oh, well, they don't need UVB anyway." And stupid. Like, what's the point in doing that test? Like, you want an animal that basks, and an animal that is so popular that is cheap to buy and relatively, inverted commas, throwaway, if you like. And
oh man, you're gonna get in some shit for.
I know, but from a testing perspective, it is. I mean, I don't think they're throwaway. I bloody love bearded dragons, but from a money and numbers perspective, there are thousands and thousands and thousands of bearded dragons. That's the perfect animal to test it.
I just wanted you to say that. I wanted you to. I wanted you to say, I love bearded dragons.
Yeah, I do love bearded dragons. I really love bearded dragons, but crikey.
Yeah.
They're everywhere.
Yeah, there's a lot of them out there.
There's a lot of them.
It's just like ball pythons. I mean, they are overproduced. I think would be probably the best word to use.
Yes, almost certainly. Yeah. And that's a argument for another day as to whether that's ethical or whatever. But the point I'm making is that from a numbers perspective, there's no point in doing it on Tuatara, is there? Because that's A, not a lizard, and B, how many have it? 2,000? What a stupid animal to do it on. Do it on a bearded dragon.
Yeah. Or I guess chameleons would probably be good too, but then
very good, but
more expensive.
And they crash and die, and
you could lose it from due to
looking at it wrong. Yeah. It's we want an animal that's hardy, easy inverted commas.
Is it accurate to say that most LED UVB diodes emit narrow bands?
Yeah, that's all diodes. Yeah, all diodes emit a narrow band. That is a intrinsic problem. Again, I'm saying problem. It's more likely a challenge. An intrinsic problem with LEDs as a technology. This is one of those other issues I was talking about earlier. I was saying about there's all these ethical issues with wavelengths and vitamin D, but there's also these logistical issues. One of the logistical issues is LEDs are naturally narrowband. And for anyone who wants to know what that means, if you imagine a flat line, and a broadband would be a broad curve covering the entire line, a narrowband would be essentially a spike. So only a small section of that line is covered. That is the case for all diodes. The only diodes that don't do that are what we call white diodes. But actually, they are a narrowband diode. They're a narrowband blue diode, usually around 450 nanometers, 480 nanometers, around there. And on top of that diode is a phosphor. If you look at an LED, like a white LED, if you have one in your house, a little yellow color around the on the diode itself, the yellow color, that's the phosphor. That's what phosphor is. And the phosphor is what emits those other colors. So it's a blue diode driving, we call it driving, but it's making a phosphor glow those other colors. And you add the blue with those other colors and you get what humans perceive as white.
Wow.
And that you can change the output, as in the spectral output, by shifting the blue diode, so tuning it to its slightly different peak, but also changing the phosphor. You can make more expensive phosphors that increase the fidelity and the quality of the color that it emits, and make it more like the sun. Good. Or if you're doing human lighting, make it more more like a more higher color rendering, so more white, if you like, more pure to us. There's other ways you can do it. You can dope the phosphor. There's the new ZoomEd Reptile LED, which is not to be confused with the Reptile UVB LED. It's just a LED bar that has some doped KSN phosphor in there, which is quite nice. On a spectral, it looks mental, but what it does is it fixes an issue with white LEDs that we tend to have, which is that they tend to not render red very well. Anyone who wants to look into that, it's called R9 on the color rendering index. The red tends to be very low on white LEDs. The KSN phosphor fixes that. It adds a lot of red, which then brings out reds more and makes the color rendering go up. In fact, the color rendering on the ZoomEd Reptile is like 94 or something like that out of 100, which is really good for an LED.
So if you're looking at this like narrow, would you call it spectrum or just narrow band?
Narrow band output, narrow band, yeah.
So if you're looking at this narrow band output, is it that the issue is that might not be enough for D3 synthesis, or that it's potentially too much? Because I feel like it could go in either direction, or it does go in either direction when it comes to UVB LEDs.
It does. You're right. So, too much is the worry. As I said with the Cusack study, what we found is that even at low intensity levels, they still developed a lot of D3. And if we say on the left-hand side, on my left, so you're right, we have the part that makes vitamin D go up, and then over here we have the part that makes vitamin D go down. The UVB diode can only do this much, like an inch of that wide space.
Yeah.
And it can only emit, if it emits in the UVB up bit, it can't emit in the UVB down bit. And if it emits in the UVB down bit, it can't really emit in the UVB up bit. There is a little bit of overlap, but for the sake of this, if you imagine a scale of 1 to 100, and we need to cover all numbers, but the diode can only emit a space of 5. So it can emit 1 to 5, 2 to 6, like it can 2 to 7. It can only emit like the 5-inch mark, if you like. So you can only, it's not covering the whole thing. The fix to that is to get a diode that does and put them both next to each other. That's the fix. The issue then becomes another logistical issue, which is the efficiency, inverted commas, of those diodes is different. The one that emits UVB in the vitamin D up bit is, if you like, brighter, much brighter. Okay. And they're really cheap to make, like $1, less than $1, right? So you make one of them and it costs $1. The ones that make vitamin D regulation, the ones that make vitamin D go down, if you like, that we need to keep the regulation in balance, theoretically, those ones are about 1/8 of the efficiency of the brightness. So if you want to match the efficiency, you need 8 of these diodes for every one of these diodes. Already crazy, because putting that onto a space of, a lamp, how do you fit all those diodes together? Really difficult. Yeah. The other problem is that they're also higher wattage per unit. If we say a UVB diode is 0.5 watt, each of those is 3 watts. So immediately we've got a 20-watt lamp and we've only got 9 diodes on it. Then you get an issue of the cost. For every one of these diodes, it's $1. One of these diodes is about $100, and you need 8 of them. And they fail after 6 months. It's a massive, because they get too hot. So it's just a huge logistical issue of nobody's making these diodes cheap. And the reason they're not is because there's no use for them in the rest of the world. The UVB diodes are really popular because they make vitamin D go up, and they work in short bursts over people with rickets as a medical unit. So they're really cheap to make. They've been made for ages. They're really good at curing like resins and things like that. Super cheap. The one that makes vitamin D go down, there's no need to produce that lamp, that diode, other than reptiles. So nobody's producing them.
So am I understanding it correctly that you'd have a diode that would be responsible for D3 synthesis, which is affordable, and then a diode that would regulate that,
correct,
which is not affordable.
Not affordable.
And what if you potentially use this and the safety mechanism diode went out And you didn't realize it.
Exactly. That's one of the other logistical issues.
Because that's
There's
terrifying.
no way of knowing. Because they don't emit visible light, so you can't tell.
Shit. So you can't even like look in there every day?
No, you can't say, hang on, one of them's out. Nope.
Oh,
it doesn't emit any visible light. Anyway, so you can't even tell if it's on or not by looking at it. I know. And there are ways of adding safety diodes. Now, these don't completely eliminate the problem or the risk, but they minimize the risk. You could have them linked so that a white diode next to it, so that if so an indicator, the regulation, it would go out as well, so you could see. Now, there is always the possibility that it would go out and the white diode wouldn't go out. But you're minimizing the risk, right? There's always going to be these risks. And that's a good way of minimizing the risk. But then you're adding another diode to it, which is more heat, which makes the regulation diode die quicker. You want to minimize heat as much as possible in these things. And bear in mind, it's already 3 watts. That's a lot of energy for a diode.
Yeah.
And it's not it's outputting, less than a 5% of it as UV, as light. The rest of it's just heat. And not only that, the other issue is if it's a bar lamp, you've got the UVB diode over here and the UVA diode over here, the regulation diode over here. If the animal sits under the UVB diode, it isn't getting any of that regulation output. So you need those diodes close together, which then makes them less efficient because they're hot, and they make each other hot, and it's a feedback cycle. It's a logistical nightmare. So you need to actively cool these things, and this is an issue with with these diodes. It's an issue, but it's also an issue with the UVA diodes that we use in the Phonolux True Chroma and the other UVA emitting LEDs that are available.
Yeah,
those diodes are not very bright to human eyes, so you can't tell if they're on by looking at them. They're also really high wattage comparative to the white diodes. And they all need to be close together in order for the spectrum to blend and look nice. There's no point in doing it if you've got one diode on one side of the room and one on the other side of the room. You want them in one spot.
Yeah.
It's a whole logistical thing. And I can actually, I can show you shortly one of the fixes that I came up with when originally working on the Phonolux True Chromas, and I can show you that. I can show you that shortly if you want, because that's a visual thing, and I have my little presentation that I can show you with some things. But I if you have any more questions, we can do those first.
Yeah. I think we're done with the with my first card of.
That was one question. Great.
That was. Well,
strap in. It's a 5-hour podcast. No, I'm for the record, I'm free all night, so I'm happy to talk all night.
Yeah, dude,
it's the longest episode you've ever done.
I love getting you on because it's always you help me understand these things, and you kind
I'm
of
glad.
The last time you were on, you really got the ball rolling, and I started researching more and more and had a better understanding. And well, no, it was incredibly helpful. And I think it was helpful to a lot of people that listen to the show that are interested in lighting. And there are some people that aren't interested in lighting, and that's fine too. But for me, I'm interested in it because I like watching my snakes. It's one of the main reasons I keep them is to observe them. And a big part, something to drive their behaviors is the lighting, right? And something really cool that, so I'm not sponsored by Govee. I wish I was. But they're smart plugs.
Smart plugs, yeah.
Oh my God, dude. I just installed 11 of them. And so I have my heat bulbs on smart plugs, and I have my UVB on separate smart plugs. And I set up all my heat bulbs to go right along with the sunrise and sunset in my area. So right now, the day is like 12 and a half, 13 hours long of heat lamp, right? And I set up that the UVB doesn't turn on until 60 minutes after sunrise, and then 60 minutes before sunrise or sunset, they cut off. Yeah. And it is so much fun to just let that be automated now. You know,
Cool,
the setup was only like 30 minutes. I mean, aside from plugging
Quick
it in, pairing it is the worst part. And then the rest you do on your couch, right? You're just sitting there saying,
playing with numbers. Yeah. And then going back to the previous enclosure because you forgot what time you set it to come on. And then
that's what's so cool is you can
just copy and paste.
You can lump all these switches.
That's cool.
Into one thing. So everything, all of my snake cages, all the heat lamps, all 16 of them, maybe more, turn on at one time. They all turn on, boom, 7, whatever it is. It's maybe like 6:50 or 7:15, something like that AM. All the heat lamps come on. An hour later, the UVB comes on. And then 60 minutes before sunset, UV goes out. And then when that happens, the snakes kind of like stick their heads out of their hides, you know, or they move off their branch and go down to the bottom and they start looking around, you know, depending on the snake. So yeah, oh my God, it's so much fun to geek out with that and just set it and forget it now. And now it's just going to track my sunrise and sunset. I don't have to worry about it, you know, which is great for, you know, breeding down the road, you know, utilizing the shortening of the day and giving them that stimulus and everything. So
literally what you're seeing there is circadian rhythm. That's literally what you're seeing. Yeah. Is the intrinsic built-in rhythm that is biological in our brains and our bodies to do with melanopsin and melatonin and all of these different chemicals in our bodies that respond to light. And it's the same chemicals work in a snake and a lizard. All these animals, they all have the same chemicals that do the same thing, with the exception of nocturnal animals where it's the other way around. Yeah. So for us, the melatonin change makes us go to sleep or wake up. The opposite effect happens to a nocturnal animal. So the melatonin change makes them go to sleep when we would wake up.
That's so interesting. I would love to learn more about that and how their brains work in, you know, because I know that
magic.
Yeah, it's so interesting just learning about it with myself and like and I'm probably going to use a ton of the wrong words here, but your adenosine receptors and how you get a buildup of adenosine as the day goes on, which makes you more and more sleepy. And when you drink coffee, the caffeine in coffee binds to those receptors.
Stops it being,
so it's like, isn't that nuts? Like I always thought of like caffeine as being this magical substance that just makes you energized, but it's actually just replacing the adenosine. It's just kind of that receptor.
Blocking off a road so the traffic doesn't go as quick.
It's wild.
Yeah, it's wild. That stuff is insane, and those things happen naturally with things like light and with temperature, right? That's why we find animals breed better when they've had a hibernation period, right? Because the warming back up or the cooling down causes the body to do things. Literally causes the body to do things. It's insane to the point where in humans the only medically approved method is we get things like seasonal affective disorder because our brains are so intrinsically wired to circadian rhythm that it becomes a disorder when it's not rhythmic, when the light isn't there. Now, obviously, officially, there's no that I'm aware of equivalent in animals, but you know, crikey, name something else that I do that an animal doesn't do. They're the same thing as us. They're all made from the same like 4 things. It's the same 4 things in DNA on all of us.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe like 100 million years from now, snakes will be running the planet.
I hope so.
They'll be having elections. A lot more sleep.
I love that. They're I think I'd argue that those things are probably one of the many disorders of mankind. I think that whole issue is that's probably one of the downfalls of mankind. I think that's a repeat of itself, isn't it?
Yeah. And something you said before about just I know I've seen this before and I might give the wrong number here, but I believe like in our atmosphere between us and the sun, there's like, I want to say it's 6 inches of dirt and dust and rock.
Physical
like
stuff,
if you were to take it all and compress it, it would be 6 inches of rock. So, I mean, just imagine how much that's filtering out just because it's up in the atmosphere, you know, and I know that in Florida we hear about that, like the African dust storms.
Yeah.
We end up getting their pollen and their dust in our atmosphere directly over us here in Florida, which is just crazy.
There are also animals that use that convection current that happens in the atmosphere as a way of migration. There's a fun fact that is like at all times, and I don't know how true this is, it's just one of those fun facts that's it's got some level of truth. At all times in the atmosphere, there is a layer of spiders that spin a web and catch and use that as a migration tool to move around. Wow. So at some point, at all times, there is just a cloud of spiders above us, just fucking moving around in space. Well,
that's
nearly
so
space.
Cool.
Mad. What and I wonder how many times I've flown in a plane and smashed through a bunch of spiders without realizing it. They're like, it's turbulence and it's just a lot of fucking spiders.
Well, and that's what's so wild too, is like you get in a plane and you're exposed to more radiation than you would be if you're down on the ground, you know, because you're now above the clouds, you're above that dust.
There's less shit between you and the sun.
Yeah.
And the rest of the world. Yeah. The rest of the radiation that's coming from space, because it's not just electromagnetic radiation. There's literal photons, literal physical radiation hitting us as well. It's crazy. Particle radiation is what I'm talking about.
All right. So what do you think are some of the most common misconceptions surrounding UVB or full spectrum lighting in the reptile hobby?
Oh, that is a good one. That is a real good one. And I wish we had another 4 hours to just answer this one question.
Like you, I have all day as well. Let's make this a 7-hour podcast.
I could talk about this because the irony is the more I talk about this, the more shit is going to come out of my brain, and I'm going to think, oh yeah, that's also a misconception. So there's loads. The first one is actually, I may as well touch on, is one that is embedded in your question, which is the term full spectrum. The full spectrum is a bastardized word. It's used by every brand uses the term full spectrum, and not a single lamp is full spectrum. Not a single one. And that is, I think, the biggest misconception. Is arguably one of the biggest lies that we tell to reptile keepers or any exotic keeper. Even in normal household lighting, you see the term full spectrum. And it is so incorrect that it's not even funny. The defining what full spectrum means is it's like defining what love is, right? It's like what on earth does this mean? Because the full spectrum is different depending on your definition. If we were to say, okay, we're defining it as sunlight, then sunlight changes throughout the day. The spectrum of sunlight that we get on Earth shifts throughout the day because of atmospheric attenuation. Because when the sun is rising, it's going through more atmosphere because there's more of it. There's physically more of it. We call it air mass. When the sun is directly above, it's going through one air mass, AM1. When it's at an angle, it's going through like 20 air mass. And it changes. The average we say is air mass 1.5. So most times when we're talking about sunlight and I show graphs of sunlight, that's air mass 1.5. So it's not even sun directly above. It's sun at a slight angle, usually around 40 degrees. And so what that spectrum shifts. So even if we're saying the term full spectrum means sunlight, at what time of day? Do we mean air mass 1? Do we mean air mass 1.5? Because both of those are slightly different to each other. And they're both sunlight. So then you say, okay, well, what about full visible spectrum? Okay. But then what's visible? Because what's visible to me is not the same as what's visible to my emerald tree skinks behind me. We have a different way of interpreting visual stimuli or light. So we can't really say full visible spectrum. And the quasi definition that I come up with, in order just to explain it to myself, is the term full I have it on my website. It's words to the effect of full spectrum, full biologically appropriate spectrum in the realm of what you're trying to achieve. Words to that effect. Because if I have a plant growth light, I can make a lamp and call it full spectrum. But actually, it's not producing the full spectrum of sunlight. It's just producing the spectrum that a plant needs for photosynthesis. And I can market that lamp as full spectrum, and that's what people do. UVB lights call themselves full spectrum, but actually there's full spectrum in the range of UVB. UVB is less than 0.5% of sunlight, for the record, so it's a full spectrum in this tiny bit. So the term full spectrum, for me, is one of the biggest misconceptions. If you look at the spectrum of a fluorescent UVB lamp, it is nothing like sunlight. It's quite like sunlight, but quite like sunlight in the area of UVB. And leading on to the Exoterra T5s, the highest quality T5s are also do a really good job of replicating what we call UVA2, which is throwback to the regulation stuff we were talking about earlier. And that's what we worked on with the Exoterra stuff. Those lamps, the Exoterra T5s, are at the point of release, because next month somebody could come out with one that's better, but at the point of release, the most sun-replicating spectrum of UVB and UVA2 that there is available. Better than any other brand at doing that bit. But the rest of the spectrum's shit, and they won't mind me saying that because it is. And that's not a subjective perspective. That just is. It's nothing like sunlight. But it's not meant to be like sunlight. That's a UVB lamp. So that lamp should be good at replicating UVB. So that's what we made it to do. The rest of it, you can pick up with other lamps, and that's why we use multiple lamps in our setups, right? You could easily say that a halogen is full spectrum, but it's not really full spectrum. So the term full spectrum is probably the biggest misconception, is people seeing people seeing full spectrum and thinking they're doing something when they're not. And I don't blame the person. I blame a lack of education around the subject of full spectrum. And again, that's one of the things we touched on with the development of the Exoterra T5s. It's also one of the things we touched on with the development of the Phonolux True Chroma. Was what is full spectrum and what are we actually trying to achieve with this product? Because that's what we're classing as full spectrum, is what we're trying to achieve. What becomes an issue is when brands use the term full spectrum as a marketing term when it's not. To call any of the lamps full spectrum is poor form, in my opinion. I don't think Exoterra do it. I don't think Phonolux do it. Exoterra almost certainly do it on another product because they've got 1 billion and one products, right? But they don't do it on the anything I've worked on that I'm aware of, because I refuse to. I say I'm not. If somebody wants me to work on development of a product, I need to have some say on what you say about the product when it comes out, because I can't have you using my name to say you developed it and then saying falsities at the point of sale.
Yeah, saying it's the power of the sun in your.
Yeah, they can't say shit like that. No, you know, that's one of the problems with working with brands is that they usually have a marketing person or marketing team, and they like to push as much as they can out of things. They milk it for all it's worth, milk it dry, which is marketing in general. But the amount of LED products that I see that say full spectrum, especially ones for animals, like reptile lights, those, it's very common to see those say the term full spectrum. Now, those lamps are not full spectrum. Even in plant light, they're not full spectrum. To call them full spectrum plant growth lamps would be offensive, in my opinion, because they don't produce everything that a plant needs. So I think it's probably the most bastardized term that we've got, is the term full spectrum. The other misconceptions about UVB lighting is that UVB lamps emit UVA, which is true, they do. But generally speaking, the ones that we're talking about, the T5s, they emit a subtype of UVA called UVA2. There's UVA1 and UVA2. And it's UVA2 that is the group of wavelengths that are those regulation wavelengths that we were talking about earlier. So UVB makes vitamin D go up, UVA2 makes vitamin D go down. And it's UVA2. And in sunlight, UVA2, there is way more UVA2 than there is UVB in sunlight. Way more. And it's that proportion that makes sunlight safe for vitamin D synthesis. There's a tiny bit of vitamin D synthesis going on, and the regulation is way loads more. Most T5s that we have a suboptimal level of UVA2. Something we worked on with the Exoterra T5s was to alter the UVB slightly, but also make the UVA2 more like the sun. So there's lots more UVA2 in it. And that's one of the biggest achievements of that project was the development of that phosphor blend that we call it, and the development of that process in order to get the UVA2 more like the sun than existing products. But existing products are safe, and they don't have sun-like proportions. We generally use what we call a solar meter ratio to determine this, even though it's not quite right for determining this, but that's what we use. And the ratio of sunlight it ranges, again, depending on the time of day, around 1 to 50. For every 1 UVI, there is 50 UVB, if you like. But it ranges from around 40 to 60. So we say 1 to 50 generally. Most T5s, the most popular T5s that you'll see if you go on any of the Facebook groups, the ones that are recommended all the time, those have a ratio generally of around 1 to 30. Pretty good. So it's not it's good, but it's nothing like the sun. Nothing like the sun, because the sun is twice that. These lamps, it's like 1 to 40 or 1 to 50, right? So it's bang on sunlight, essentially, for a lot of it. So that was one of the achievements of that project. However, the amount of UVA1 that they emit is not like sunlight at all. Nothing like sunlight. And UVA1 is, for all intents and purposes, of what we're going to talk about, plays a role in vision for a lot of animals. So it's another color, if you like. So we've got red, green, blue, violet, all the colors of the rainbow. They've got another one. We've got 7 colors, although it depends on where you're from in the world. Apparently in Russia, there's only 5. I don't know what Russian people are colorblind or something. If we would say we have 7 colors, they have an 8th one on the end. That's a very broad way of saying it. Don't quote me on that, for the love of God. And I'll show you visually this in a moment. And people use UVB emitting fluorescent tubes, UVB lamps, and say that those things emit UVA. Now they do. They emit UVA2. They don't really emit UVA1 in a sun-like spectrum. They emit a really big spike at 365 nanometers because of mercury in there. That's a really famous mercury spike. But other than that, it's not really a nice, broad, certainly not full spectrum of UVA. In fact, recently a brand put out a video of them showing one of their office animals. They have animals in their office, like many of the brands do. And one of their office animals, and then goes into I have to be careful because I don't want to say any names, because the person in the video is lovely, but the information portrayed in the video is not correct. They start the video by saying, look, we've got this animal and it is under a UVB lamp. And then they go on and say, oh, a UVB, they don't actually say their UVB lamps do it. That's the clever thing. What they do say, they then go into what we call tetrachromacy, which is the ability to see UVA, implying that UVB lamp is providing the light in order for tetrachromacy to have its full effect. Implying very heavily. And I don't know whether that is a slight, and I hope I don't offend anyone, a slight lack of understanding from the person in the video, or if it's a marketing thing. Again, I don't want to offend anyone. Or if it's a marketing thing, because technically they've not said that lamp does emit that kind of UVA. What they've done is they've said, look, we have a lamp of our animal. Anyway, let's talk about something that is the blah, blah, implying that those two things are connected. They didn't explicitly say it in the video. And like I said, the person in the video is lovely and very nice, and I could talk to them for hours about this subject. But the implication that it's fine, I have UVA because I have a T5, is also a massive problem that we see with UVB light. Misconception, one of the biggest misconceptions. The third misconception is that the light given off by a T5 tube is enough light, and by light I mean visible light in this range, is enough visible light to be anything of any use, really. And in fact, I wrote an article on a guest article for Mariah at Reptiles about this, specifically about a case study, if you like, where I was, as I am often, kicked out of a Facebook group for questioning the will of the moderators and admins, because one of them admins said, don't quote me, but words to the effect of, all you need is a heat lamp and a T5 because the T5 produces all the light you need. And I said, actually, I did that thing actually. No, it's not. The especially for a bearded dragon, crikey. If you, as a general rule, we measure visible light levels in lux or lumens. Lux is 1 lumen per square meter, so it's same measurement essentially. We measure lux. Broad application, but for the sake of this, lux is pretty good. Go outside on a sunny day, the lux is about 120,000 lux. So a bearded dragon that's sitting out in the sun is getting 120,000 lux on average, sometimes quite higher. 120,000. The lux that you get 30 centimeters, 45 centimeters away from a T5 and a heat lamp together is about 3,000 to 4,000. 3,000 to 4,000 lux. Versus
so that's like
120,000. It's insanely different. Yeah. It's not even close. Now, lux is a non-linear scale, and it's human-centric, and there's loads of caveats on that. But to imply that and for people to have the misconception that, and again, this isn't anyone's fault, but to have the misconception that a heat lamp and a T5 is enough visible light for an animal to have a daylight is insane to me. Because even under an LED, if I get a very popular LED lamp, an LED bar, and measure the lux under it, again at 30 centimeters, it's like 10,000 lux. So it's still shit in comparison. Yeah. Generally, we tend to say if you can get 30,000 to 60,000 lux, you're doing well. Because to get 120,000 is a lot, and it takes a lot of energy. And it's diminished. You get diminished returns on the difference. The difference between 1 lux and 1,000 lux is massive, but the difference between 70,000 and 71,000, right? They're both 1,000 lux differences, but the difference at the higher end is minimal, right? You can't really tell the difference between 70,000 and 71,000, but you can between 1 and 1,000. Like the difference is huge. The lower down the numbers you go. It's a non-linear scale. So you get diminishing returns as you go up. And generally we find that animals bask sunrise time, early morning to late morning. They tend not to bask at 120,000 lux. They tend to bask at around 60 to 80, sometimes even lower. And then, of course, you go into dense jungles and it gets even lower again because it's shaded. I had some people call it an argument, I call it a debate, with someone on a WhatsApp group recently about a specific species, the name escapes me, of gecko that he said 100% of the time it doesn't get light. And then I just quickly Googled the species and, of course, found pictures of them in trees in the daytime. And his argument then was, yeah, but they're in the bushes and it's dense jungle. And I said, okay, give me a minute. So I get some readings of dense jungle bush, and it's about 20,000 lux. 5,000 to 20,000 lux. That's still brighter than the bearded dragon enclosure that's an Australian basking species that the bearded dragon group was recommending at 4,000. Like the brightness level in a pretty dense jungle is still brighter than what people are providing. So, and that's light. That's light is energy. We measure it in watts per meter squared. It's literal energy. It's watts. And that is energy that does all sorts of things to the body, as we've discussed. The melatonin suppression, things happen with what's called the suprachiasmatic nucleus in the brain. And in order to access that, that's a type of photoreceptor that's actually on the brain itself, on the hypothalamus. In order to illuminate that part of the brain, the light needs to be bright enough because it needs to penetrate the skin. And then people say, oh, well, it can't penetrate skin. And you think, of course it can. How many times have you done that near a light and you can see the light going through your hand?
Oh, yeah.
Like the light penetrates all these things. It penetrates, as we've just said, 6 inches of dirt to get to us. Of course it can penetrate a little skin.
It's funny, as you're saying all this, it's pouring rain outside, like like monsoon style. And it makes me wonder, like, what's the lux of that right now?
You get a lux meter. You can check. Lux meters are $20, $30 on Amazon.
Oh, I got to get one of those. I think we talked about this. I didn't do any of the shit I said I was going to do. I didn't buy I'll call myself out. I didn't buy the lux meter. I didn't buy the solar meter. I need to get those. You know,
they're fun tools for people who don't care. It's not really a fun tool, but for people who care, a lux meter especially is a really fun tool because it's cheap as hell.
Yeah,
and it's super interesting to go out and get a reading, and then get a reading in your enclosure. There's a really simple way you can visualize it, which is either with your phone camera or if you have a manual like a DSLR camera, do it manually. Is set the exposure level outside, go outside and manually set the exposure level so that everything's exposed properly. And you can do that on an iPhone by going on camera and then tapping and then pressing and holding onto the screen. I think that's how you do it. Or maybe it's just press and hold and it says AE/exposure auto gone away. Basically, you manually set the exposure level. With that manually set, so don't touch the screen, or if you're on a DSLR, you don't need to worry. Come inside and then take a picture inside your enclosure. So your phone is set to daytime, and then come inside and take a picture of your enclosure. And you can see the difference between the brightness really easily. You can see that your enclosure is pitch black. It's like nighttime compared. It's like being under, a street light at the end of the street. It's literally like going outside and taking a photograph like that. It's crazy dark. And that's a really fun way of visualizing it without numbers, because you say, oh, mine's 40,000 lux, and somebody goes, I don't know what that means. Whereas if you show them a picture, they'll go, bloody hell, that is dark. What people do is they take a picture of their enclosure and the phone adjusts and ups the brightness to make it look brighter than it is. Like this in the background here, you can see like this bit here is overexposed. Or is it here? It's super overexposed. That's not brighter than, I've got an emerald tree jumping at me. That's not brighter than the sun at all.
Yeah.
So there's just the camera on my laptop is just adjusted for me, and that is brighter than that. But
yeah, and I mean, I guess a fun experiment would be to take. Actually, what I would like to do is take my snake outside, put it in a shaded area where a boa would probably hang out. Right.
Yeah.
Adjust the lighting down to that, then bring her back in, put her on her basking spot, and do the photo there, and just get an idea of even that filtered, under palm fronds and, down in the leaf litter, go from that exposure to in the enclosure to see what that difference is.
Exactly that. Even so, the argument of, oh, well, it's a boa, it lives in the jungle, goes away because you've got a picture of it in the jungle, in a simulated jungle.
Yeah.
Obviously, people have the lux numbers from these things. You can go out into the jungles of South America and get lux readings. And it changes, obviously, depending on the density. But the irony is that even throughout all of that, it's very rare that in those dense jungles you need a flashlight in the day. That's a real simple way of saying it's bright enough to see.
Yeah.
It's very, very rare that you need a flashlight. You need a flashlight in the nighttime, of course. You need a flashlight nighttime everywhere. And that alone is enough for me to say it's bright enough here. There's a really a funny thing with zoos like this, and it's trickling into the mammal world, and I'm glad that I think I've had quite an influence on that. I don't know if we mentioned last time I was on that I do a lot with giraffe, because reptiles and stuff is my my hobby, but my work, a lot of the work that I do when I'm not developing products is working with zoos, and giraffe is one of those things I work with a lot. And I've got this great photograph of a giraffe being trained in, I won't name the zoo, in a zoo, and it's being target trained, right? So they hold the target out, the giraffe touches its nose to the target, clicker, food. That's it. And you can target train them. So he's getting a photograph of it, and it was shown off as a fantastic feat of amazingness. But also they mentioned, but the giraffe can't tell the difference between the different colors of stick that we're using.
Mm.
And then you look at the photographs, and the flash is on someone's taking the phone, and the flash is on. Now, phones do that automatically when it's dark. So that room that they're training the giraffe in at this zoo is so dark that the phone thinks it's nighttime and has turned flash on. Is it then any wonder that the giraffe is having trouble differentiating between different colors? Because giraffe have evolved for living out in the middle of Africa, where the sun is blazing all the time. Worst that effect. And they have essentially evolved sunglasses in their eyes. So they're wearing sunglasses and they're indoors. Incredible. And then you're saying it can't differentiate between two colors. Of course it can. Humans can't differentiate between two colors if it's dark enough. Stick sunglasses on and try it. It's impossible. And that is now, that's used as a reference. We're not laughing at anyone. We're just saying, look, isn't this ironic that we're promoting this very well good training, and this giraffes, which are infamously difficult to train, are being trained. But isn't it ironic that we're making conclusions about the vision based on them being in a dark room? It's dark to the point where the phone has put flash on because it thinks it's nighttime. That's how dark the room is. And the human's eyes adjust pretty well. We don't realize it's dark. It's trickling into the mammal world, and I'm happy to say that I'm having a positive effect on that, because we're now thinking about it more. In the UK, the Secretary of State's Standards for Modern Zoo Practice, SSSMZP, has been published. I think it was late last month or maybe early this month, and it explicitly mentions light. And when we do a welfare assessment on an enclosure, on an animal, using any of the pre-designed tools that we use, basically a tick sheet, if you like, those explicitly mention lux and explicitly mention spectrum, which is a massive positive effect. And that I can only put down to the publishing of these documents is done by a few people, but I don't want to say nobody else has had any say, but I'm pretty confident that the person who's had the most influence on that is a lady called Lisa Clifford, who's the welfare officer at London Zoo. She's super pro-lighting, as London Zoo are as a whole. But she's in the zoo world, in the zoo community, wider zoo community, she's pushed that massively. And when we're doing welfare assessments using the pre-approved tools that she helped write, you can see where she's had her influence on that, because she's made sure that they say, what's the lux levels? What's the spectrum like?
Wow.
And those are on mammal enclosures as well as reptiles. So when they're doing a welfare assessment, they should, in theory, get those lux levels. And Chester Zoo in the UK has just recently opened the Heart of Africa sections. It's a new African area with like multi-species enclosures and all its cool stuff. When designing some of their indoor bits, they used lux and spectrum as a metric, which is amazing, because that's just not done previously. I'm working with a zoo in the US on a project I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about, but it's a giraffe project. And I'm on the project specifically to look at the spectrum and the lux levels that those animals get exposed to. So we're now thinking about it with mammals. So to think that some poor bearded dragon owner on Facebook thinks that a T5 and a halogen is enough, it's a shame. Yeah. But I do hope that they have changed their minds. I remember I was kicked from the group after the article was published on Reptiles. I think they recognized that I was talking about them. I didn't name them, but I think they recognized I was talking about them, and I was immediately kicked from the group. So
that's really sad, because you're trying to help people and better get, put the animals in a better situation,
Yeah. And look, I know I'm infamous for being a bit of a prick on the internet in my written word.
I think you're delightful.
Oh yeah, I'm great, but no, I think I'm autistic as hell, and my writing style is very aggressive, and that is something I've worked a lot on. Is very aggressive because it's so to the point. Right? It's very matter of fact. Everything I talk about. So when I say things like this would doing this would potentially score low on a welfare assessment, people think I'm coming to their house on Christmas Day and pissed on the kids. Mm-hmm. It's like that is like, I'm not saying you're a bad person. I'm saying that this would score low on a welfare assessment. That's what I've said. But they take it in a complete, and they people say things like, the tone, and that's one of the issues with doing things online anyway. But there are pet shops that I don't think I'm, and there are certainly some brands, and I don't think I'm over exaggerating when I say they hate my guts. And it's because I point things out to them that is matter of fact, and they don't like to hear things matter of fact. Now, I'm not saying it's their fault, but I'm not saying it's completely my fault either. it's a fact of what we do on the internet.
And the thing is, too, is that you're very generous with your time and coming up with these responses. So if that person were to say, okay, how can I make it better? Instead of, kicking you from the group or something like that, you'd be more than willing to take the time to actually help them through that,
Yeah, that's the mad irony. But, this isn't a complaint about how I get bullied on the internet. It's more just because 99% of the time, I know, as I'm sure everyone's had these interactions on, and I'm sure this isn't just in the bloody reptile world. If you're a dishwasher enthusiast, I'm sure there's people who prefer one brand over another, and they will die on a hill and all sorts of crazy stuff. I would love to see that, actually. I'm going to check after this chat if there's any dishwasher enthusiast pages and just go on and troll the shit out of them. Those 99% of the interactions I have are delightful and lovely. Yeah. And I think a massive issue for me is my aggressive writing style. But also, and I take that on board, but I think it's appropriate for other people to recognize that maybe they're sometimes a little bit sensitive to things, which, again, I'm not blaming anyone, I'm not pointing fingers, I'm just making an assessment of the situation. Yeah. That's unfortunate, but it's also unfortunate that I'm come across as a prick. That is unfortunate, because I don't know what else to do. Other than that, I ain't getting ChatGPT to write my responses for me, but maybe I should.
Maybe
please make this sound nice.
Make this super nice.
Yeah, ChatGPT just responds saying, "No, you're too much of a knob." Even it gets offended by my wording. But whenever I speak to someone in real life, they always say, "Tom, I don't know why you're such a prick on the internet." And I say, "Well, I don't mean to be. I just am." It turns out. But feel free to read some of the shit I put on the internet. I think I'm fine. I don't know. Anyway, that's fine. That's a therapy session over. I've got that off my chest.
So, another question I have here: how do pythons and boas benefit from UVB? And is that benefit greater or less significant when you bring colubrids into that, or is that too specific for you, or have you done work looked at colubrids and boas and pythons and how they differ?
Yeah. There is, and this is such a good question, because it enables me to go down a route that may hopefully touch on something that people haven't thought about before, because this often happens. So I want to caveat starting off by saying that such animals, ball pythons, boas, many other animals as well, without a doubt, do not need UVB. They don't. The ball pythons are kept in what I'm sure nobody will argue is some horrendous conditions, and they eat shit and fuck all the time. Mm-hmm. Right? Those animals will do everything they should, inverted commas, in what would otherwise be described as quite abhorrent conditions, right? Battery farming style. Ironically, so will chickens, right? That's the whole point. However, define the word need, because in order to stay alive, no, those animals do not need UVB. But if we take away from this the idea of suffering, right? Well, animal welfare was originally built on the stopping of suffering, which was what we talking? 1970s or 50 years ago was I think it was the 70s, was the 5 freedoms, right? And the whole point is that an animal should not suffer. That was the original basis of animal welfare. Animal welfare has come a long way since then. It's 50 years ago. Think about how TVs and phone technology has changed since then, right? Our understanding of other things has also changed in 50 years. Our understanding of animal welfare has also changed. Since then, there have been adjustments to this and evolutions, if you like, in different ways. And Mella has this wonderful system of what we call a life worth living, which is kind of the modern way of looking at needs and the needs of an animal, whether we define need as a biological need or as a holistic need, with mental being on there. Now, of course, that gets quite wishy-washy as you get further into it. But this is a genuine science, right? I mentioned Lisa Clifford earlier. Wonderful person. All she thinks about is animal welfare. That is, and she does a fantastic job of it. And she pushes this concept of welfare all the time, and so do many others. There are many other animal welfare specialists out there. I just refer to her because I respect her a lot and the work she does. And welfare is a genuine science, right? There are people with PhDs in this subject, and there are peer-reviewed papers written on this subject. In the world of reptiles, it's only really tiptoeing into the realm of reptiles, because we've always thought reptiles are quite stupid and they have reptile brain. That's like a base brain, even though they're just as evolved as everything else. If we consider welfare, high welfare or a positive welfare state as a need, although a positive welfare state isn't really a need, but if we consider that as a part of a need, then there is definitely a solid argument that they need UVB. There is a definite solid argument for that under the basis of positive welfare, which is just as much of a science as all the other shit that we talk about, the nutrition and all that crap. And from a perspective of community and what we talk about, I think there is a shift in perspective for a lot of people, at least in the some people call the advancing sphere. So the people who advance, who care more about their animals, if you like, but I don't think that's what they mean. I think they mean advancing care practices. For those sorts of people, welfare is becoming more of a thing. So rather than the biological needs, rather than does it sleep, eat, and have sex, if we consider a more holistic view, we actually stop asking the question of whether something needs it. And what we ask is, would this benefit the animal? And there's a simple, and that is the mindset of positive welfare, right? Is rather than thinking, does it need it? It's more thinking about whether it will benefit the animal or not. And then you think about whether it's easily implementable. That's the kind of process. The comparison I draw is a leopard gecko. Now, I know you mentioned ball pythons and boas, and I'm sure I could probably make a similar argument to those guys. In fact, you could almost certainly draw the same response, but I'm going to use leopard gecko because it's a simple, a little bit easier, more, I think it's definitely more popular animal. Is a leopard gecko can survive on a diet of just mealworms. The mealworms are fed just bran. Mm-hmm. So you could get some mealworms, feed them bran, keep a leopard gecko, and just feed it those mealworms. Nothing else. No supplementation, no gut loading, nothing else. That leopard gecko will survive That leopard gecko will have sex. It'll eat, sleep. It'll do everything. It'll do everything it should. I would be mad to say that that animal would not benefit from a varied diet, the diet to be supplemented in some way, and the live food to also be gut-loaded in some way or another. If I was to say those animals do not need a varied diet, I would technically be correct, because they don't. They don't need a varied diet. But if we stop asking the question, do we need it, and start asking the question, does it benefit from, does that leopard gecko benefit from food that is supplemented? Even just supplemented. So if we kept everything the same, but instead also calcium dusted those mealworms, would that be better for the animal? Would it benefit from that? Yes. If we gut loaded those mealworms with some veg, would that benefit the leopard gecko? Yes. Like, there's no argument there, right? Does it need those things? No. But would it benefit from them? Yes. From a welfare perspective, absolutely. Now, would it also benefit from different live foods? Crickets, dubia roaches, calciworms. Yes, absolutely. And nobody will question that, right? Or if they did, they'd be quickly shot down. So the people aren't adverse to the idea of thinking, would this benefit the animal? So we think about it on a wider space. Why don't we think about it with an enclosure? Does the leopard gecko or ball python, does it need a large enclosure? No. We keep them in racks, very small racks, to the point where some rack keepers even think they're too small. Those animals live, eat, shit, all those good things. Does it need a larger enclosure? No. Would that animal benefit from a larger enclosure? Well, from a welfare perspective, yes. Even if it never uses the enclosure, because it gets to exercise something that is a very high score, if you like, on a welfare assessment, which is choice. It gets to exercise the concept of choice. It can choose to stay in its small space or go out and explore. And that choice is an immediate growth on the welfare scale. Immediate growth on the welfare scale.
It's like house arrest for a person.
Yeah, it's exactly that. Does an animal? No, we know that humans don't need a large space because we keep humans in solitary confinement in prison when they've done horrendous, heinous acts. They don't need anything other than potato, mash, a little bit of oatmeal, and a glass of water. That's all they need. We know that. Yeah. Do they benefit from an iPhone, an internet connection, and Pornhub, and all those good things? Yeah, absolutely. Right? Those things are, jokes aside, those things are, a varied diet, whatever it wants, going out and riding a bike and all those good things. Yes, the human benefits from those things. Yeah. The ball python is no different to that, or the boa. You can keep a boa or a ball python in horrendous conditions. But to then use that as the basis for whether they need something else is, and I'm not having a go at you here, but that's a mindset from the 1970s. That was and the point of the 1970s and 1980s, it could be the 1980s, the point of that was to stop suffering, because animal suffering was high at the time. We had terrible animal suffering because there was no, complete lack of legislation on the most part. The question and the pushback obviously then becomes, then where do we draw the line, right? Because if I then say, okay, then you need UVB, and it gets written into legislation that they need UVB, or some sort of rules that they need UVB, it then becomes a case of, well, how am I supposed to do this when I have 200 of these animals, and that would cost me, if we say it's $50 a kit, a UVB kit, times 200 animals, that's way too much. I don't have the money. Well, that's a different question, right? Whether it's feasibly doable is a different question. The first question is whether it benefits the animal. Yes. Then we work about how it can be feasibly done. And that is a logistical question that is that often gets put in front of does it benefit the animal at all? The two things are actually sequential but different. I think the question first should be, does it benefit the animal? And then we look at how we can do it. Because what would also benefit that animal, almost certainly, is living in a utopia in the wild where there's no predators and no disease. But that's not possible. So how can we make that utopia in our home where there's no disease and no no predators and all those sorts of things. And it's free from fear, although free from fear is also a question around there as well. There's lots of little nerve endings touch when you talk about welfare.
You need a little bit of fear, right? Like that could be considered.
Yeah, well, yeah, it could be considered. It could be considered a overall positive welfare outcome if the animal is exposed to. It's difficult to say fear, but I think certain levels of stress. Yeah, certain levels of stress are useful. And the most basic, there is a puzzle feeder. Right? That animal is using its brain to get into the food.
Yeah.
It would be much easier and better for the animal to just get handed that food. But to use a puzzle feeder is a stressor, but it's not a negative stressor. It's not a negative thing. It's still a stress because it's having to do something, but it's having to work. There are people who will say, well, if we want to replicate nature, we should, chuck a hawk in the room with that ball python and some sort of wild dog that would eat it or whatever. Maybe
screw that person. I don't like that person.
Yeah, that's not what we're saying. When we're saying we should try and replicate nature, what we're saying is we should, and we're not really necessarily saying we should replicate natural behaviors all the time either. What we want is positive welfare. Puzzle feeders don't exist in the wild, but what we're doing is we're creating a positive welfare state by introducing a novel item and things.
Well, you could say that the wild is the puzzle feeder.
The whole thing is puzzle feeder, yeah. There's all these. There's so many different arguments. It's and even replicating the wild is a bloody. My parents live. I don't know if you have canals in the States. I don't know if you have canals, do you?
Oh yeah, we've got.
Really?
Here in Florida, we've got drainage everywhere because we're living.
Oh, of course, in like rainy season, rainy place. I'm talking like canals for like from the Industrial Revolution. You have those. So we have man-made rivers that are completely man-made, like they're square in shape and they go around. And I don't know if the States has these, but it's literally used to be for places that were inland. So rather than at the sea, there could be sort of man-made ports all along inland. And we have them in the north. We have quite a few canals because of the north is where the Industrial Revolution essentially was based. And along the canals were mills, like big factories that would produce goods, cotton, coal, whatever it may be. And the ships would go up and down these canals and move goods, right? A canal. People know what a canal is. And I forgot where my train of thought was going on. I've gone off on a canal. This is the Expert and the Idiot Canal podcast. I've totally forgot where my train of thought was going. But my parents live on a house that's on the canal, basically, a house that kind of backs onto the canal. And I always catch my mother out for saying, let nature take its course when there's like swans and stuff like it's like hatchling season at the moment, so there's little ducklings and the swans are attacking the ducklings because they do. And I go, bloody hell, look at them. And she goes, yeah, we got to let nature take its course. And I say, well, hang on, they're on a man-made river next to a man-made house that's full of man-made water that drains man-made rubbish into it. It's like that's the least natural thing ever. So it's not always about nature; it's more about welfare. And I think that's the what I'm trying to get at with we do it in zoos. I mean, on show, what we call on show, which is visible to the public. You sometimes get in a lot of trouble if you put something that's unnatural looking on show. People don't like that. Although I don't know if people do. I think the zoo bosses think that the public do, but actually the public don't care. But off show, people are giving them all sorts of unnatural items, plastic boxes and stuff to explore because it's good for welfare. So you don't always need nature. That's me just arguing to myself.
Yeah, no, it is. I took some notes as you were talking there. I have a couple questions, and I wonder if it would be possible to measure or if I don't know if this has been a study yet. I wish it was. I wish you would say yes, that's a thing, Adam, and we figured it out. But it would be incredible if there could be measurements taken of the dopamine levels in snakes and racks and tubs, or even just snakes in smaller enclosures without lighting. Take your pick, right? There's any. You could do multiple levels. You could do tubs, small enclosure with a little bit of supplemental light, then full UV with visible light and a heat source. Incandescent.
Oh yeah, and you'd have a control with nothing, and
yes, and then measure the dopamine levels and try to figure out, and then measure maybe like a great example, like you said before with bearded dragons, a great animal to do this with would be ball pythons. Mm-hmm. Go out to the wild and measure their dopamine levels, try to get a baseline and figure out like, how are they in the wild? How are they in a tub? How are they in a small enclosure? How are they in a large enclosure?
Yeah.
Different lights, different heat sources, belly heat. Man, I would love to see that and actually try to determine whether or not they are in a clinically depressed state or if they're in a state that is not.
Yes.
And remove the whole anecdotal, well, my ball python comes out and basks and loves this enrichment that I provided and all that, which is great and it's awesome that there's keepers that provide that and have that anecdotal evidence. But the problem is that evidence doesn't hold up then
to someone who is hardcore not that. Yeah.
Yes. And then it's in
the multifaceted answer. No, sorry. The multifaceted answer is the first thing is that do those people, those hardcore knowers, will they ever be convinced? Will any study convince them? That's the first question, right? Because they'll find, a lot of these people will find any reason to keep their animals in terrible conditions, subjectively terrible conditions, or objectively terrible conditions. So the first question becomes, how do we convince those people? Right? Is the study even the best thing for it? Because you could do all the studies in the world, and if they still don't accept it, then the studies were useless for the sake of this. The second thing is a question of logistics to a certain extent, because you could measure dopamine, you could measure cortisol, but cortisol is the stress hormone in humans, but I think in many reptiles, I'm not a vet, so don't quote me. In many reptiles, I'm not sure if it's ball pythons, it's corticosterone or corticosteroid. That's the stress version. So that's the version of cortisol. They still have cortisol, but it seems to do a different thing. So it'd be all well and good as measuring dopamine. And I know you've used dopamine as an example, but
I was relating that very much to humans.
Yeah. We don't know if dopamine does the same thing to them, but again, we can measure the whole fucking range, right? We can measure 100% of every chemical in the blood to cover it. The then question becomes, what do we compare it to? Now, you said the wild. And we would get 1,000 animals from the wild and take bloods and do the same. So we'd get an average, right? Because that animal that day may be stressed and you'll get a really low reading. So you do 1,000, 5,000, 10,000 animals, whatever you want. The issue then becomes, again, multifaceted, is why do we want to replicate the wild? Because, as we've said, the wild is full of disease and stress. So maybe we don't want to replicate the wild. Maybe we actually want to replicate higher blood levels for certain things, like dopamine, for example, in our own snakes. Right? Maybe we don't want a level of 100. Maybe we want a level of 200 or whatever these made-up numbers are. And that argument is a whole, a 20-year debate in itself as to what are we actually looking for. Then it becomes a question of, okay, but does high dopamine or whatever we're measuring, does that actually mean stress or depression, or does it just mean high levels? Is that all it means? Then the question becomes, again, back to the people who are always naysayers, is you can present them with all that evidence, but their answer is then, okay, but I need to be able to do it whilst also make a living. And then it just boils back down to the money.
Sure.
So it would be the perfect study would be we knew what caused stress in these animals, and all these different things, and we had the way of measuring blood without causing stress to the animal in the first place. Obviously, you take blood, you're going to grab the animal and immediately stress it out by taking blood. So that would cause stress. There'd always be people who say, well, actually, the readings are different to what they would be 20 minutes prior when it was on its own and didn't know you were going to break into the enclosure. Especially if it's in a large enclosure and you've got to go searching for it. And at the time of you searching, it could be digging deeper and deeper because it's stressed because you're going looking for it and it's getting stressed. So what you could end up with is this weird false negative where you've got a really stressed animal from a large enclosure, but actually it could only be that it's only stressed because you've gone in and hunted it. Whereas the one that's in the small enclosure is used to being disrupted constantly because that's the only thing you do when you open it. When you open the enclosure. So we're not designing the study here. I know it's just a proof of concept. But yes, that would be the ultimate, if we had all of those things, if we had a way of measuring the blood without it affecting the animal. If we had a definitive, yes, this level of blood means this happiness, yes. But we don't have those things.
Yeah.
But we do have ways of measuring welfare. We do. Those are welfare assessments. And those are hard science, real science, and metric. They have numbers associated with them. And measurable numbers. You can plot these numbers. And there are different ways of doing it in the same way there are different ways of measuring a table. You can measure it in centimeters, inches, fingers. You can measure it whatever you want. There are different ways of measuring welfare. And some of them are these anecdotal pieces, such as spatial studies where they're checking how much an animal uses a certain space and when and what time and how long for and all these sorts of things. That's a pretty good way of looking at how an animal explores an environment. Then the people say, well, that doesn't mean positive welfare. Okay. But the argument always boils down to convincing people what welfare is and how you can apply a metric to it, and also going at it with a nice positive mindset of when we say an animal has good welfare, we aren't necessarily meaning, or I'll re-say that, when we say that an animal is in a positive welfare state, we aren't necessarily meaning that an animal that is not in as high a positive welfare state is then being abused. Because that is and it might well be, but it doesn't, those two things they're not mutually exclusive, right? There's an animal can be in a positive welfare state or a very positive welfare state or a neutral welfare state. It doesn't always need to be a super positive welfare state. It doesn't always need to be. And as I alluded to earlier when I had this conversation with this guy with these geckos, is when I implied that not providing light to these geckos could produce a low welfare score. The answer he took was, you're abusing your animals. And that's not what I said. And that's the crux of all of this, is getting everyone on a level playing field as to what this terminology all means. Because we can have conversations about welfare all the time. And a lot of the time when people hear welfare, they think they know what it means, and they refer to husbandry. And husbandry isn't welfare. And it's people need, it's like having the definitions section, like a glossary, right? We need to define all our terms first, a glossary first. Then we use those terms to discuss what we're discussing and do all the studies and all those sorts of things. Because we could go into this study with the ball pythons under the basis that we are trying to measure stress. But stress to me and you may be different to stress to the guy who keeps them in a rack, may be different to the guy who herps them every day in the wild. Stress may mean different things. So we need to define stress first. And that is the stage we're at now in terms of the wider picture of welfare, is defining what welfare is. Now, we've done some pretty good definitions, but defining what it is and what it means for different species, but also what it means for keeping animals. Because there is a legislative can of worms that you could open by issuing broad welfare requirements, even legally. Live food being a famous example of live light insects. There is no hard barrier, and there is phylogenetically, but there's no hard barrier from a welfare perspective between a mealworm and a chimpanzee. But I can keep a mealworm in a tub with 1,000 other mealworms. Is that what it would get in the wild? No. Is that animal in high welfare? I don't know. Probably not. Is it high welfare that I'm then grabbing it with some forceps and dropping it on the floor, and it's like, and then I'm picking it up and going and blowing it off and feeding it to the like? Is that positive? Well, that's really not.
Yeah.
And that becomes the issue of, okay, then where do we draw the line? Because you can, in theory, measure the welfare of that mealworm the same you can measure the welfare of the chimp on the same metrics. So, and if I picked a chimpanzee up and dropped it, I'd be in prison.
Yeah.
But I do it with mealworms every bloody day. It's
with forceps that are probably breaking its skeleton.
Yeah, exactly.
Open and,
absolutely breaking open the and then what's worse is I'm gut loading it with a completely unnatural diet, right? Those mealworms don't eat fucking spirulina algae in the wild. No way.
But it benefits.
But it's a really good gut load, so it's good welfare for the end goal. And there is this complete grey area of what welfare is, and we need to define that first before we throw it into any rulings or decide. And I think that will probably take a long time, and I also think it will ultimately be the downfall, unless we can act quick. The downfall of, if you like, the community, the hobby. Because there are people who, extremists who, as you know, people call them antis, who pull on those heartstrings. The fact that I can grab a mealworm and crush its exoskeleton and then drop it and pick it back up. And there are people who think that's abhorrent. And it almost certainly is abhorrent. It almost certainly is abhorrent. Do I like doing it? Not necessarily, but it's there is that, and then there's obviously people who say we should never do it in the first place, never keep doing all that kind of crap.
Yeah,
and it becomes a complete mess, which is why I am on the basis of, look, in my lifetime, we're not going to stop people keeping animals, and we're not going to not. I don't think anything like that's going to happen. No, all of a sudden, all the animals in the world aren't going to be released into the wild tomorrow, or within my lifetime anyway. So whilst I'm here, what I want to be able to do is have some sort of net positive effect on the welfare of the ones that are in captivity, if I can. And that is partly through the development of products. That's one of my questions that I ask before I take on a development project is, does this benefit? Well, I ask basically 4 or 5 questions to myself, and one of them is, would this benefit welfare of more than one species or taxa? So could I apply this change to more than one group?
Yeah, with my Patreons, we had a discussion once a few months ago about, if a life is a life, what is sacred and what is not sacred, and where do you draw that line? Is a cricket the same as a mouse? Is the mouse the same as a ball python? We talked about sort of the overproduction of ball pythons. In this effort to create new morphs and create new, very attractive animals that are appealing to new keepers and existing keepers that want to, look at this as a business model where they're trying to produce the most highly sought after gene combinations.
Yeah.
You end up with a lot of unwanted animals. Would there be a viable market to make all of those ball pythons that are not what you were shooting for a feeder source?
It's a question, yeah.
What's sacred? Why is the ball python more sacred than the rat or the rabbit or the quail or the chick or take your pick?
Yeah, all those ones that we feed live, the dubia roach, the mealworm, like all those, like why is, and the for the record, people say, oh, they kill these animals humanely. I can guarantee you now, the gassing of a rat is not humane.
Probably
what they
not.
do is they gas them with CO2. Those animals, or a what we would call an inert gas. There are super in-depth studies on this, on the rats' response to being gassed, and it is horrendous. They gas them to death with a gas that they can feel, and that almost certainly is very, very painful. I forget his name, but in the UK we have a charity on quite a few charities on welfare. But there's a really good group called UFAW, UFAW, and they look at sort of looking at like realistic welfare, if you like. It's not really the best way of doing it, but the fact that we farm animals ultimately leads in their death. So how can we minimize stress during the time that they are alive and the killing and the slaughtering of them? And his, when asked what is the most humane way of killing a mouse or a rat, it's to smack it on the head, kill it instantly on the back of the neck.
Cervical dislocation. Yeah,
absolutely that.
Yeah.
And he says in labs, when they're doing studies on labs, that's how they did it, because they have to go through an ethics committee to use rats on studies, and the ethics committee always comes to the conclusion that is the best way to kill the animal, because it's an instant death, and to not gas them. But yet, for some reason, when we're doing it for food, they are all gassed, and they're gassed in the thousands and thousands and thousands. And that is, and you've almost certainly fed a rat to someone or something, and the noses bleed when it's dying. That you defrost it, and its nose is, you can see the blood all over the nose.
Yeah,
that's vessels in the front of the face popping whilst the animal is still alive, and you can tell the animal is still alive because it's happening. And then you turn off the gas and turn oxygen back on, and the animal gets back up and carries on. So the animal is alive and conscious, and its face is bursting inside whilst it's alive. And the fact that we do that,
Thomas,
I know, I'm so sorry, but that is happening, and it's
the reality. And so I recently started breeding my own rabbits as a food supply, not just for my larger snakes long term, but also for my family. And I thought this would be the lowest carbon footprint. Right, the meat is right here. There's no trucking involved. It's a very low amount of food has to go into them to get them up to weight for slaughter and everything. And I was going into this thinking, I'm going to do a gas chamber because it will be the most humane way to do it. And then I spoke with Ish Quinones and Billy Sveen, and they told me like, hey, actually that's not the most humane way to do it. The most humane way to do it is cervical dislocation. And absolutely. I did... I slaughtered 6 rabbits, and I don't think rabbit farming is for me.
No, never doing that again.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, I more than likely I will, but it's not. It is not. It is.
Can't do that 9 to 5.
Rough.
Yeah,
it's rough.
Fucking horrible. Yeah, it's but and now imagine that's the best case scenario for that animal.
Yeah,
It's the idea of closing them in a gas chamber and not looking at it. Because you're not looking at it, it doesn't happen. Well, that's worse. So the cervical dislocation is without a doubt the most humane method that we have currently, unless some magical thing happens in the future.
Yeah.
It's super quick, and like I said, there's in labs when they do it, some of the scientists are really good at it. They'll just smack it on the end of a table, and it's dead. The issue becomes if you do it wrong. You smack it and you didn't kill it, and you've actually accidentally broke its spine, but it's still totally alive and screaming. And so, it's a horrible, horrible, horrible. Where do we draw welfare in that? It's a necessity because we need to feed the snakes, and it becomes a huge. UFAW is really good at that because they have, they recognize that slaughtering and killing of animals is necessary for life on Earth. In its modern form, in all shapes and sizes, including feeding cats, feeding dogs with the chicken, like chicken food, feeding snakes and lizards. All of these things are taken into consideration with the work they do. It's really good.
Life has to end for other life to continue. That's non-negotiable. You cannot get around that.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but it is a fact.
Yeah.
And agreeing that we will do it in the least offensive to the animal, or least stressful or highest welfare way, is the least we can fucking do as a species.
Yeah. And that's, with the rabbits, I knew that by doing that, they had a better overall life.
Yeah.
And they had the most humane death, because I can guarantee you, there's not a chicken farmer that was putting in as much effort as I was into ensuring that those rabbits were going to die
pretty good. Yeah.
as quickly as possible. It's, and even that, like you said, that was best case scenario, and it still wasn't ideal. It did not
nice, is it?
Didn't feel good. And the wild thing is you go back 100 years ago, 150 years ago, everybody was doing that.
In the garden. Yeah. Really normal.
Everybody was doing that. We're too disconnected from death.
I think in the Western world, definitely. I think in many other countries, in African countries, they're not. And I think a lot of farming communities aren't either. There's plenty of farmers who bring their children up slaughtering their animals. They can love the animals, but if they want to eat, they must kill the animal as well. But yeah, there's lots of, there's African tribes that kill animals all the time, but that doesn't mean they don't respect and love their animals. They just know that that's its ultimate goal. It's a whole crazy world.
That was the weirdest, most morbid part for me, was respecting and loving the animals, knowing that I had to kill them is not a concept that I am accustomed to at all.
Yeah, there's a part of me that thinks that, and I think if I said this out loud without a massive caveat to say I don't really think this, Peter would bulldoze my house down, is that I think in schools, kids should learn how to slaughter an animal.
I think that's, yes.
There's so many caveats to that. Like, please, don't implement that tomorrow. But
if the parent, it shouldn't be required. If the parents sign off on it, then yeah, I think that should be a thing, because people have to know what is behind that meal.
Yeah, and it's a respect for the meal.
Yeah.
There's cultures where even in many Western cultures, you pray before you eat dinner, right? I mean, religious people will pray before they'll do grace before they eat, because it's a thanking God or the world or whatever it is for providing this food for the family or whoever is eating. Yeah. And it's, regardless of religious perspective, that's just a thanks to the animal. Yeah. That's I respect the fact that you've given your life so that I can continue on my, lazy day. It's crazy that's it's a whole world.
And it goes across the board too, right? It's not just farming meat, it's farming vegetables too, because whether you're pushing species out of an area by farming one specific crop that doesn't naturally occur there, or the going through and tilling of the soil and harvesting, there's death involved there.
All over that. Yeah. You're spraying pesticides, even if you're not spraying pesticides, it's like the whole thing is industrialized, isn't it? The idea of growing it in your back garden doesn't produce as much wholesale, but is way better for the environment. If every house had a cabbage patch, a bit of wheat growing, a bit of corn, and some rabbits, there's an argument to say
pest control.
Yes, there's an argument to say that the world would be a better place, but that's an ethical debate.
Good luck getting people to do that.
And that's why I stick to the lights. Because lighting is way easier for me.
All right, I guess we should get back to the lights then, huh?
Okay.
Okay, so with solar meters, can anyone use those and interpret that data, or is there anything to watch out for? Like, could you potentially get a solar meter, put it under your UV light, and get some bad data out of it that might lead you to doing something wrong or deleterious?
Yes. There are. I have a lovely write-up about this on my website. There are limitations, some quite serious limitations, or for using what we call the solar meter 6.5 or 6.5R. And some of those limitations are logistical limitations. So if I say this is a solar meter, it's not, but let's say it is. The sensor is on the top, right? And the solar meter is what, 7 centimeters tall or something like that. So anything you're measuring, if you're trying to measure the floor, you're always measuring 6 or 7 centimeters above. And with happens with the sun as well, but with man-made lighting, it's a exaggerated scale. The closer you get to the light, the more intense the light is. So you could be reading a UVI of 5 at the top of the meter, but actually what you want is the reading at the bottom, because that's how small your little gecko is that's on the bottom. So you need to kind of put the meter below the substrate to get the reading. That can be a limitation. That's a physical limitation. So some people can measure without realizing that what they're actually measuring is the top of the meter and not where their animal is. So they'll put it on top of their animal measure, and they're actually measuring, a couple of centimeters above the animal. That's a physical one. In terms of, which is potentially dangerous, but in terms of arguably the most potentially dangerous, is what we call the spectral response of the solar meter. And that is the wavelength that it responds to and the level to which it responds to those wavelengths. And solar meter 6.5 is, and the 6.5R really is designed for measuring sunlight. That's what it's designed for. It's not really designed for measuring lamps. Which means that it peaks in sensitivity. And all the solar meter does, for the record, is, it even says this on the back, gives you a reading of erythemally active radiation. Gives you a reading of sunburn. That's what it gives you. That's what UVI is. It's a reading of sunburn. Which just happens to be related to the reading of vitamin D, which is why we use it. Not related, close to, sorry. And in sunlight, the parts of sunlight that are most likely to cause sunburn are around, that exist naturally in sunlight, are around what we call 295 nanometers, 295. That's all you need to remember, 295. Anything below that generally doesn't exist. In fact, 295 barely exists in sunlight. It's more like 300 that exists in sunlight, 300 nanometers, a bit further up the scale. Or further along the scale, rather. The meter is peak sensitivity at around 295 nanometers. And the reason for that is because sunlight that's the bit that's most likely to give you sunburn, if at all. And thus will have the most effect on sunburn. But the meter is also pretty responsive, 70%, 60% responsive, to parts of the spectrum that do not exist on Earth. Parts of what we call short wavelength UVB, so anything less than 295, and even UVC, going to 250 nanometers. And 254 nanometers is a famous wavelength for killing cells, for disinfectant.
Okay.
If you get a UVC sterilization lamp, the chances are it's a 254 nanometer emitter. You can get a UVC sterilization lamp, one of those ones that you use to kill algae in water, or they use in hospitals to kill diseases in a given space. And it will give you a reading on a solar meter. So you can very quickly, very easily get a reading, we'll say bearded dragon UVI of 4. You can get a reading of UVI of 4 60 centimeters away from a a high output UVC sterilization lamp. If you're just basing it on solar meter, that lamp is really bloody good because you can have it really far away. Doesn't need a reflector. It's 5 watts. Hey presto, you've got UVI of 4. That's what my bearded dragon needs. Actually, you're reading UVC. That's what you're reading. But the solar meter can't tell you that it's UVC. It can only tell you if it was in sunlight, what sunburn you would get from that radiation. So there is this worry that people are using a solar meter as a lamp safety detector, which was the point of my write-up, was to kind of say, whoa, guys, don't use this as a device that's supposed to be used for measuring lamps that we know are safe. Don't buy a lamp on Amazon and then stick a solar meter under it and go, there you go, it's safe, because that's not what it needs. It means erythemally active radiation. It means it gives you a sunburn. And it will react to dangerous wavelengths, UVC, that is sterilization wavelengths. So the answer to the question is yes, people can be very quickly misled by a solar meter. And at the end of my write-up, I give, I think, 3 uses for solar meters. One is use it in sunlight. One is for measuring the UVI output of a lamp that we already know to be safe. And the other one is to measure the decay of UVB of a lamp that we already know to be safe. So you can use it on, and for the record, all the lamps that, or generally the lamps from the usual names, are all pretty much safe. The issue then becomes that some lamps can give you that are safe. Some lamps are very safe, can give you a very high reading still, and other lamps that are spectrally better can give you a lower reading at the same distance. The prime example is the Exoterra T5s. The Exoterra T5, if you were to take the UVB 200, which is an equivalent to a medium output, so a 6%, 5.0, jungle, all of that kind of range of T5, you take the equivalent wattage, 24 watts, whatever it is, and for the sake of this, we don't put a reflector on it, and we just measure them. Some will read higher at the same distance, 30 centimeters, than the UVB 200. Now, higher doesn't always mean better, but they would read higher, even though they're the equivalent lamps, right? They're both the jungle 5.0, 6% UVB 200, whatever, UVB 200, I think. Yeah, UVB 200. They're all the same, equivalents, if you like. All of those, even then, it can still give a different read on a solar meter. And that is because they're not all spectrally the same either. So a real cheeky cheat that a lamp producer can do in order to boost the UVI is utilize one of what is called the mercury spikes. And there's a mercury spike at 297 nanometers, which is very close to 295, which means that it's very good at causing sunburn, very good at giving a high reading on a solar meter, but it's not very natural at all because it's super non-existent in sunlight, very, very minimal in sunlight. But we can add a little spike of it, a little pop of it, and really boost that solar meter reading, really boost it, which is what people think is a good lamp. And that is what is often used on many of the high output lamps from many brands. Is the way they get a super high reading is they drip a little bit of that 297 nanometer in there. Whether they do it knowingly or whether they're doing it, and I have all arguments as to whether some of the brands know what they're actually doing or whether they're just asking someone for, I want it to read 5 on my meter, and then they get a lamp that makes them read 5 on a meter. That you'd be surprised how accurate I am with that. That's the whole thing. One of the key things with my development of products is ensuring that my client is aware of why I recommend the recommendations that I do. And the number one recommendation is always, very often, is to make it more like sunlight. That's the most obvious reason. But sometimes I will say, look, the UVI is a little bit low here. You could pop it up by dropping a bit of 297, letting a little bit of that 297 through. And you can do chemical things with the glass and the phosphors to allow a bit more of that through. And that would be a way of upping your UVI. However, it would be done on the basis of the detriment of thus making the lamp less like the sun. So from one perspective, it's positive because you're getting the higher UVI, positive. And from the other perspective, it's a negative because you're making it less like the sun. But you'd be surprised the amount of the lack of understanding from many of the brands. I'm aware of very recently a very well-known brand with some very well-known one very big well-known name in this space. And that person recently asked a question to a colleague that blew my mind at the level of how basic that question is. And then when that person speaks aloud, they make bold claims about having changed animal husbandry forever, but they actually don't know what they're a salesperson, and they're not a product developer. They just know a little bit about products, and they have some contacts that they can get them made. The actual developers for many products are brokers and things like that who don't actually know why they're doing what they're doing. So they'll get given, we need a UVI of 5, but it needs to be safe, and then they'll go and make that lamp. And some people have fallen into positions out of hard work, but also a healthy sprinkling of luck, myself included. But in those situations where they actually don't know what they're talking about, a lot of these people, they say things that make me shocked. And I made reference to the video earlier on with the T5 with UV. This video on the internet of a brand sort of outright saying that their lamp emits UVA in proportional levels, and it doesn't. And I put it down to either they're lying outright, they know full well that it doesn't, and they're lying outright, or they just don't know. And the human aspect of it must be that they don't know, because this person's a good person, so they can't be lying. That would be horrendous. And I think that people just don't know. And I don't know how to get people to know, because it's so much science that you don't have time to feed yourself in order to learn all this shit. So I don't expect people to know. What I do expect is the people who are designing the products that go to market, I expect them to have some understanding. And from what I've seen of some questions that have been asked to colleagues from certain well-known names, it's heavily indicative that this person and these people do not know what they're talking about at all, which is terrifying to me. And I don't want to blow my own trumpet, because there's other people who ultimately know way more than me, but the only request I have for those people and for brands as a whole is to please refer to someone who is independent, get them to sign an NDA, and pay them for their advice, and then, where appropriate, take the advice. Because that doesn't happen as much as you would think. Nearly as much as you would think. Terrifyingly so. Now, and this isn't me blowing my own trumpet, or again blowing Exoterra's trumpet, but Exoterra is very good. Exoterra, I'm sure they won't mind me saying that they have had a history of people sometimes not thinking they're the best. And I think they've taken that on board. And I think they've actively looked to improve where possible. And one place they have definitely improved is in their lighting, and they're actively improving. Like we're working on stuff at the moment that is very, very good with Exoterra. With other brands as well. I've worked with other brands as well, but some of the stuff that I'm working on at the moment with Exoterra is a clear, for me, indicator that they want to make the products better. And by better, I mean more like nature, and with the result of improved welfare. That is ultimately what they want. And I speak to the guys who developed the products at Exoterra. They're in Belgium, and the amount of respect I have for those guys, because they don't take offense to when I say something is terrible, because they do the thing, which is ask, why is that bad? What can we do to make that better? They don't take offense to when I say, look, that is, you really need to change that. They go, okay, well, let's try and do it now. Or let's organize a meeting for next week and we'll chat about it. There are some brands who don't do that, who get very offended instead. And the irony is that I say it the same way to all the brands, but some just take it the wrong way. And Exoterra is, I genuinely think that they are making some huge leaps in the next 12 or so months if we sign off on some products sooner rather than later.
Hell yeah.
It's one of those leaps, which I'm not afraid to talk about because they've already made this leap, is the inclusion of UVA in the output of their LEDs. They have it's called the TerraSky UV. Now, it doesn't emit UVB, but you can turn the UVB off if you want. And the spectrum from the TerraSky UV, if we disregard the UVB and the potential dangers and all that sort of stuff, if we can turn that off and we just use the UVA1, which is the visible part of the UVA, the spectrum from that lamp is ridiculously good. And I think they were the first to do it. Make a proportional output from a lamp. The lamp isn't perfect. It's only 10 watts, and an amount of that wattage goes into UV, so it's non-visible, so it isn't very bright. There are, no product is perfect, but in terms of its spectral output, if you were to buy it as a LED bar and not use it for its UVB, if you were to just buy it as an LED bar, it would be, I'm not afraid to say it's the best spectrum for an LED bar that there is. It recently won like some awards in the UK for some stuff. Somebody else can tell you what that was. And part of that was because of this very, very, very good spectrum of light that it emits. And we're evolving that. We're working on making that a standard. And the fact that I put my results out today for the Phonolux True Chroma, because I've obviously developed that light, but I test it independently and just produce the results. So without any commentary, people can take what they want from the results. And in my kind of write-up for that, or at least on my website, I've kind of said, I've been screaming about this for 3 years, and other people have been screaming about it for 10 years. The fact that LEDs that we use in herpetoculture, in keeping of reptiles and amphibians and birds and all that sort of thing, the LED lights that we use and we think are white are arguably bad for welfare from a certain perspective.
Really?
Because the white that they emit is not white to an animal. Now, the word white is it's probably a good segue for me to show you some visuals. The word white is a broad term, but I'll show you. Shall I show you some visuals? Right. So, for those who are just listening, if you imagine a square, and inside the square is a triangle, like a semi sort of almost equilateral triangle inside the square.
Sort of like a pyramid with the point being on top.
Correct, yeah. And let's say that we can mark a point on the triangle at any point, but we can only move within the confines. We can only move within the confines of the triangle, but we can only move on the axis of the square. So we can only move left and right and up and down, right? And so in theory, we could go in any position in the triangle, right? We can go over here, we can go over there, we can go in the center, we can do what you like, right? We can go at the top, we can go at the bottom. Now let's imagine that the triangle, in the center of the triangle, is white. And as you move away from that, you get darker and darker and darker, like black, right? So don't think of light and dark, think of white and black. Mm-hmm. And what you've got is a gradient from black to white. So you've got this gray area, gray, white in the center. The definition for white can be plotted on this imaginary plot. You could say that, and visually we could say that this was white, and that this is kind of in a semi-gray but quite light area. We could say that over here was white. We could say that over here was white. All of these places we can say are white. And if we now, instead of using black and white, and we use colors, and we use the three kind of main colors, if you like, for human vision, and those are red, green, and blue, and we put those in the triangle, so each point of the triangle is a color, red, green, and blue. We could do the same thing. We can plot the additive colors to make white. And this is exactly what it has been done. And we call this the CIE color space. And in this space, we can plot in a certain area, and it's classed as white. Anywhere within a certain range is classed as white. And this has been done, it was done in 1931, so it was, 100 years ago, by the International Commission on Illumination. It's also got a French name. We've all got the CIE. CIE 1931. Also known as the CIE 1931 color space. It's been adapted many, many times since then. But generally, it's a sort of triangle shape on an X and Y axis. And within that space, there is an area defined as white. And ironically, actually, that area is also, we call it the Planckian locus, and it looks something like this. If you can see it visually, it's like a line on the triangle. And although objectively, if you look at some of those, if we say this point on the line, I don't know if you can see my mouse, but this point on the line, we don't think that's white. But actually, in certain circumstances, that is white to people, right? And we call that warm white. Equally over here, we call this cool white. But it's still white. It's more blue than it is orange, or more blue than it is red. But technically speaking, anywhere on that point, on that line, is considered white to some extent. So white isn't a single thing. When we say white light, it's a whole range of things. And in fact, it's not just that one line. There's also kind of a block around that line that is also defined as white. So anywhere in this whole range of colors could be defined as white. And those can be defined as warm white, cool white, 5,000 Kelvin, 6,500 Kelvin, all these numbers that people hear and they think that means white. Or, well, they think a lot of different things. That's the range of what we consider to be white. So to say something is white is a broad term. Now, I will say the word white in our conversation, but know that what I'm talking about is anywhere on this line, because I could say the lighting in this room is white, but actually it's about 4,000 Kelvin, and the lighting outside is more like 5,000 Kelvin. So and they're both white because they're both on this range somewhere. Does that make sense? Is that, from a visual perspective, did that make sense? Yeah. Good, right. From a animal perspective, and the reason this is kind of two-dimensional, if you like, the reason it's on a square is and two-dimensional is and a triangle is because we have three what are called photoreceptors in our eyes. We don't have three photoreceptors. We have three cone cells, three types of color detecting photoreceptors we have, and those are responsive for red, green, and blue. That's what people. In theory, people know this. They just don't know that they know a lot of the time. And if I was to show you an enclosure now,
Oof.
God knows what kind of copyright image this is. I googled an enclosure. You would say that enclosure is red, very red, right? This enclosure, I've got a red lamp over it. It's very red. And ironically, if you put that on the internet, on a beta dragon group, you'd be crucified.
Yeah.
And kind of rightfully so, but there's a level of irony to it. But the reason we would say that is white, the reason we would say it is red is, like I say, in our eyes, we have those 3 cone cell types. We don't just have 3 of them, there are more, but there's 3 types. And they respond to red, green, and blue, as we've said. And in this enclosure, in this situation, the red cell is being activated a lot, being excited a lot. The green cell is being excited a tiny amount. You can see a little bit of green. You can see the cactus. You can kind of make out that it's green, sort of. But the blue is kind of not really being excited at all, right? There's no blue. And you could plot this sort of on a graph if you wanted to in a very simple way. Now, this is a big caveat. This is a massive lie, but it's visually, it makes sense visually. People can do their own research and look further into what this all means. But you could plot it something like this. Right? You could say blue a little bit, green a little bit, red a lot. Mm-hmm. That's a good way of visually showing the color levels that we perceive in this enclosure. And at the moment, all I've got in this enclosure is a red light. So what you would do is you'd add some other lights, right? To make that white, to make it appear white, you could add more lights and blast out that spectrum, right? Fill out the spectrum with more light. And we could do that. We could add a T5. We could add some sort of LEDs, LED bars. They're pretty good, right? They make things white. And you turn that on. We've put those in and we turn that on. And now we've got an enclosure that is white. And actually, you can see the bearded dragon now.
Hey, there he is.
Many people probably didn't even see before, right?
Yeah.
And there he is. And the reason for that, and we can now obviously see there's more green cactus and more green plants that we potentially even saw earlier, right? The big green one in the middle is kind of obvious, but now there's many more green plants than we originally maybe saw under the red light. And the reason for that is now the light in that enclosure is responsive to our 3 cones in a sort of equal way. Because of the way LEDs work, there's a bit more blue. But it's much more white, right? And we could say that if we were looking to that triangle, the CIE color space, we would say it was somewhere on that what we call the Planckian locus, the line that we drew. So we could say somewhere along there. So it's around 6,000 Kelvin, whatever. It's white, it's somewhere near white. The issue is, from a welfare perspective, the bearded dragon has more than those 3 cones. It has a 4th cone that responds to UVA. And if we plot the UVA excitation in this enclosure, it's very low. So that can't be white to that animal, because in order to be white, it needs to be somewhat equally excited for all of those cones, right? For all of those photoreceptors. So it can't be white. Whatever white is, bear in mind, we don't really have a definition for white. So to the bearded dragon, and again, this is completely for illustrative purposes only, to the bearded dragon, it almost certainly appears a very off color. What you could say is an unnatural color. Something potentially like this, like a deep orange. Because there is a complete lack of that UV. So there's one color completely missing. And immediately, again, this is me, for illustrative purposes, making it orange, but it's impossible for us to say what color it is because we can't perceive the color to begin with. But immediately, the bearded dragon has disappeared back into the background again. And many of those green plants are now no longer green. They're an orange color again. And to an animal, that is crazy to me. It's crazy to me to think that is the perception to an animal. Now, does the animal need that photoreceptor to be activated? No. Not at all, because we have bearded dragons under LEDs and heat lamps. Fine. They don't die. But from a welfare perspective, would this animal benefit from having that photoreceptor activated in some way that is indicative of white? Yeah, absolutely, right? We can see what is happening, sort of see what is happening to this enclosure when it isn't activated. And you might say, okay, well, whatever. But there are other intrinsic, almost biological needs for this photoreceptor. For example, we take some anoles or anoles, and we've got a Bahamian brown anole here, and it looks like a green anole, but I think it's a blue anole, actually, even though it's not very blue, but it does have a bit of blue. And what I've done is I've pixel sampled some colors from the picture. And you can see the brown anole is this brown color, generally. It's kind of got these oranges and warm colors. And the blue anole has these bright blue, green, violet colors. And that's to us. And that's fine. And in the wild, although I'm pretty sure the Bahamian anole, I mean, you've got both of these near you, right, in Florida, but I think the Bahamian anole isn't native, am I right? Or is it the other way around? One of them isn't native.
Yeah, the brown one is not native.
Yeah. But they tend not to bother each other in the wild. You certainly don't see failed mating attempts, at least not that I've ever heard of. You don't see them mating with each other, trying to mate with each other.
Yeah. You
don't see really any fighting, although there's almost certainly some fighting going on. But you tend not to see interaction with these species. Tend not to. Other than, sitting on top of each other when they're basking or whatever it may be. Why then, in captivity, do we see failed attempts to hybridize between these two species? And a simple hypothesis, and there is way more to it than this. There are a million and one caveats.
Oh, I know where you're going with this.
A visual representation of what I want to show is that let's stick them under the man-made lighting and look at those colors all of a sudden. You've got two of the same animal. They're both appearing as this orange, brown, drab color. So it's no wonder they are trying to interact with each other and mate. Absolutely no wonder at all. In the wild, although we could argue whether it's nature taking its course or not because one of them is invasive, in the wild they don't do it, to my knowledge. In captivity they seem to. We seem to have created an unnatural, in a negative way, behavior. And there is definitely an argument to say that it is lighting based. Because they're kept under lights that don't provide a proper full spectrum. Again, full spectrum being a terrible term. So we're not providing UVA because they don't have this UVA cone being activated. And the number one question that people, although it's actually not the number one question, because I did a questionnaire thing on this, like I put out a questionnaire on this. Actually, this isn't the number one, but the number one question that I at least thought of, people will say, what about a UVA basking lamp? Right? A basking lamp, it says UVA on the box. If you look at the basking lamps from all the brands, and they all pretty much say UVA on them, to some extent. They'll say, high UVA, they'll have a tick next to the UVA or anything like that, which then in your head thinks, well, they must have UVA. So they must be providing, so I'm providing UVA for my animal because I have a basking lamp in there. And actually, if we take a look at the spectrum, and on the screen now is a spectral reading of an incandescent lamp. And I can show you where the UVA is or rather isn't. And it's here. Anything less than 400.
Oh, my goodness.
You don't see UVA. The reading of UVA from these lamps is less than 0.1%. It's less than a fraction of a percent of UVA.
For anybody that's listening, it's sort of a gap at the beginning of the graph that then goes into the blue and the green and yellow and red, and it sort of turns into this massive hill of red.
Yeah, and then that's infrared. That massive hill of red is the infrared, right? Anything after about 700 is infrared. So anything higher than 700 is infrared. Although some people say 780, it's around there, right? It's there's no hard barrier.
So it'd be like if I were to tell my kids, "Hey guys, I'm making blueberry pancakes this morning," and I have a bunch of batter mixed up, and I take one blueberry and I crush it and I drop it in.
Oh, you take a third of a blueberry, throw it out the window, let a blackbird eat it, shit it out, and then take a section of that and put it in the pancakes, and then say, that's how bad it is. To say that is a UVA basking lamp is atrocious to me. It's one of my biggest pet peeves. And if we plot out, I've got actual plots of this, but if we plot it out on my kind of made up graph, there it is.
Just as a visual aid. Yeah, we've got a tiny bar of purple, which represents UVA, and then a much larger blue, and then even larger green, and even larger red bar.
It's basically a representation of what you can see physically on the other graph, right? You can see the red is more than the blue, but the UV or the UVA, what we call UVA1, is it's atrociously small, right? So to say that as a UVA basking lamp is horrendous. And those people who say, I provide UVA because I have a UVA basking lamp, they're wrong. Now, I don't mean that in a bad way. I don't mean any offense, but they are wrong because they're not providing UVA. What about a UVB lamp? I made reference to a video earlier on that was posted by a brand where the person says, not quite explicitly, but essentially implies that their UVB lamp is providing UVA. And in fact, they all say it to some extent, that all the brands, to some extent, say that their lamps emit UVA. And they do. There's a fluorescent lamp, by the way, on the screen. Anyone who's ever seen a fluorescent lamp, a T5, the spectral reading of a T5, there is. And in fact, if you look really closely on this, you can see just below 300, there's a little kind of, if you follow the kind of blob around 300, and then just below 300, there's a little blip up. That's that 297 nanometer spike I was talking about. I can I don't know if anyone can see it, but there's a little tiny blip. That's the 297 nanometer spike. And this is UVA1 that we consider generally to be the area that is the color for reptiles or for birds. So to say that lamp emits UVA because it's a UVA1 lamp is not correct in my opinion. There is a massive lack of UVA1 in that. There is a spike at 365 nanometers, and that is common across all fluorescent lights. But to say that it's a full spectrum light is horrendous to me, because you can see the other colors, they're not in any way, it's not a smooth spectrum. And we can plot it again like I showed before, and it's there is some UVA. There's an argument to say that there's a potential for white somewhere on their equivalent of the Planckian locus, because they have a fourth. So where we have a triangle, they have a pyramid almost, because they have an extra point. So they have a 3-dimensional color space, if you like. So there's an argument to say that it's somewhere on that locus that this could be a white light, but to imply that it's in any way like sunlight is not true. The other ones that I see are mercury vapors, or MVBs. We see these quite a lot. All-in-ones. What else are they called? Combi bulbs, they're also called. They're quite common. Again, they always say UVA.
Yeah.
And they always say full spectrum. That's a mercury vapor lamp spectrum right there.
Are those giving off a sufficient amount of UVB?
Yeah, so the UVB is this huge spike of the 297.
Okay.
That's the same, because it's mercury, right? Mercury's inside the T5s.
Sure.
That's emitting the same spikes. If you go back to the T5 spectrum, it's actually the same spikes. You can see the same spikes. It's just there is a phosphor that gives this blend as well, these kind of curves as well.
Yeah.
The spikes are actually identical in a mercury vapor lamp, right? You get the same spikes of output. So your UVB, it's spiky as hell. Your UVB is this 297 nanometer spike here, which is a little spike, which is arguably unnatural, technically natural, but arguably not nice. And then you've got this second spike at 313 nanometers, which is probably, I think, what is the saving grace of mercury vapor lamps and what stops them from potentially being too dangerous. Now, they can be dangerous because they often emit even shorter wavelengths than this, so even ones further down here. But one thing's for sure, that is not a nice broad spectrum. That is a load of slits. If you imagine the sunlight spectrum is an even curve from around 300 all the way up to 2,500, a pretty nice even, similar to the halogen lamp from before, but it's kind of got that nice curve. It's just a bit slightly different, but it's a constant spectrum almost. This is not a constant spectrum. The mercury vapor lamp spectrum is shit. To the point where I actually very recently said that they should never be used. However, I was proven wrong by someone asking a very naive question, but it made me changed my position. They said, what about for my tortoise outside? And I said, that's a very good point, because for that purpose, you've got sunlight. So there is this full spectrum, and all you're using the mercury vapor lamp for is a boost of UV. Okay, in that situation, a mercury vapor lamp is fine. But next to a window, it's certainly not. And pretty much if it's used in an enclosure, I don't really like them. They're not very good. But they do emit some UVA, this huge spike at 365. Anyone who's ever looked, they also emit a red, green, and, well, the red is actually yellow, but ironically, our peak sensitivity to red is also in yellow. So they also emit technically a white light to humans. But anyone who's ever looked at a mercury vapor lamp would never say it was white, ever. Yeah. To the reptile, it's again, there's an argument to say it's white in the same way there's an argument to say for humans it's white. It's almost certainly not very good. In my little questionnaire that I put out, this was 2023. I know it was 2023 because this is 2023 was when I first started developing the Fauna Lux True Chroma lights, and this is what spurred it on. Was this questionnaire that I put out? The questionnaire, the number one answer, which blew my mind, the number one answer to do you provide UVA? People, when they said yes, the number one answer to how was LEDs, which blows my mind because at no point did that even cross my mind that anyone had ever thought that LEDs emit UVA, but apparently they do. And the only thing I can think is that it's down to, now the Reptile Systems lamp, that isn't actually the lamp box. That's I should point that out. The one on the top right, it says UVA. That's a graphic of the box, and the graphic is wrong, so that doesn't actually appear on the box. But I think it's hilarious that it's on the picture. The only thing I can think is that LEDs, people think are like the sun because they say things like 6,500 Kelvin and full spectrum energy. Yeah. People see that and think this must emit UVA. It must emit like the sun because it's emitting the full spectrum at 6,500 Kelvin, like the sun. Ironically, the sun isn't 6,500 Kelvin either, but that's a thing for a side thing. This is an LED lamp, the spectrum of an LED lamp. And we mentioned at the very start the narrow band of an LED, and I said that it's a blue diode with a phosphor. You can see in this picture, the blue diode is this blue peak, the narrow band, and if you kind of cut off from around 500, you could see how it would just be a peak of blue. Yeah. The phosphor then glows these other colors, and that's what gives us the white, at least to humans. And when I mentioned about the reds being very bad, it's because they taper off here. You can see there's not much red. So to an animal, there's no UVA, right? UVA, as we say, is anything less than 400 for the sake of what we're talking about right now. There is zilch below 400. Okay. So this light is just not white. It's just not white to an animal under any circumstances. To us, it is. To them, to us, it appears somewhat white, because there's a fairly even mix of red, green, and blue. But they tend to be more blue. They tend to be more cool white because that blue phosphor is very high. The blue peak, is very high. But to those animals, from a welfare perspective, that's horrendous that people are putting these over their animals thinking that that's doing the animal any good in terms of color vision. And I don't blame people for thinking it. The only people that I blame is the brands, because they have the power and the money and the most to gain from telling the truth, but also the most to lose from telling the truth. So the whole purpose of putting out, or like if it in the past, I've thought about buying the Jungle Dawn lights. The whole purpose of that is for visible light. Yes. So they but it's more for the keeper. Oh yeah, they're very clever in the way that they will say it. Arcadia are very clever in the way that they will market the Jungle Dawn. Although they do make some mistakes in the marketing on how they say it, but they'll say it's for plant growth, which it is. It's a plant growth light. In fact, if you the company that Arcadia gets the Jungle Dawns from is called Shenzhen Sunlight Lighting Company in China, and it's an off-the-shelf lamp from Shenzhen Sunlight. You can go to Shenzhen Sunlight and buy the Jungle Dawn. It just doesn't have an Arcadia logo on it. And Arcadia will almost certainly try and stop me from saying that, But literally, if you look at an Arcadia Jungle Dome, at the strip of diodes, it says EDK3 on it. And EDK3 is the product name for the Shenzhen Sunlight lamp.
Okay.
So it's the same product. It's a plant growth light, right? Shenzhen Sunlight is a horticulture company that makes plants for growing weed. They advertise themselves as a weed promotional growing company. That's what they say.
And they have Dawn, more like jungle haze,
right?
Right?
Yeah. They have a few different variations, and obviously Arcadia has just selected the one that is the most white, because you can get different ones with different diodes in and things like that. They've chosen the one that is around 6,500 Kelvin, and thus the one that is most white to humans. And there's nothing necessarily wrong with that, because it does a decent job of that. It's very bright. It's not got a very good color rendering index, but it's very bright. And that's fine. But at some point along the line, whether this is a fault of anyone, I don't know, and I'm not going to outright say, but at some point, the consumer has perceived that lamp emits UVA, and has perceived that the white light is white to reptiles. They must have done, because that was the answer of the survey that I did. That people are using LEDs, and the Jungle Dome was named a hell of a lot, to provide a full, colourful spectrum to their animals. Whether Arcadia has outright said that is up for debate. Whether any of the brands have outright said it is up for debate. But the implication is definitely there. To the point where it must be, because consumers are answering the question yes. So it must be. There is actually a type of light that does provide UVA in pretty good proportions, and it's called a metal halide. They exist. Zoomed has them. Lucky Reptile in Europe has them. We get them in the UK. Probably my favorite lamp of all time ever is this, the Philips Master Color. It's a ceramic metal halide, 70 watt 942. Probably my favorite favorite lamp of all time.
Does that put out a lot of heat?
It's 70 watts, so yeah.
Yeah, I bet. Holy
but the infrared that it gives off is actually much less than a halogen, and there's implications for that in terms of warming without the drying effect that we were talking about earlier on, the drying effect of infrared, because this warms with light rather than, well, it does do it with infrared, but the warming effect is actually from light, which people might not want to hear this, but that's what the sun does as well. The sun, the infrared in sunlight isn't what warms us. It's the visible light in the sunlight that warms us, because there's so much of it. The infrared does as well, but here's the spectrum from a halide lamp.
Wow.
And they've got that nice UVA. There's a little weird dip at about 380, but that's hardly a thing. But it's got the full spectrum almost, right? It's got all of it. It's pretty spiky, but it's very good. And to a reptile, it would appear white in my rushed definition of white. To a human, it appears white, and it appears crisp white with a super high color rendering index. Almost certainly the same for a reptile because of that spectrum. And it's not just the fact that it emits UVA, it's the fact that there is a correct or sun-like proportion of UVA to visible light. Because anyone can put UVA in a lamp, but it could be up here.
Yeah.
We want proportional levels, the same as you would get in sunlight. And thus that lamp is, that's why it's my favorite lamp of all time. The issue with halides, and why aren't they used all the time? The issue with them, anyone will tell you this, is that they need a ballast. I have a metal halide. I have a Zoomed metal halide just off camera here. I've turned it off for this conversation because the ballast makes noise. They get hot. The ballast gets hot. The light gets hot. It emits heat, like you said. It does increase temperatures. You're using 70 watts of energy. That's a lot of heat. It's very noisy. It makes like a crackling noise. Oh, wow. And they contain mercury, which is a legislation problem that faces T5s over the next few years as well. So the ballast and needing to wire a ballast, although the Zoomed one you don't need to, but the idea of needing to wire a ballast confuses people and scares people, and I get that. It's hot, it's noisy, contains mercury. That is not a lamp for the general public, right? Nobody is going to buy their animal and then stick a halide over it, unless they are super into it, which is what I am, and some people are.
Yeah, but I mean, like putting that into one of my spacer hoods here on PVC, not interesting.
I mean, it won't get hotter than a halogen it won't. But the noise is horrendous. The noise is appalling. I mean, for someone who's sensory overload, neurodivergent on things like that, it's awful. When I sit in my office, I have to turn that specific one off.
Yeah, I don't like the noises, and also we don't know how the animals are perceiving that either.
No, that's something that my colleague Lisa Clifford talks about all the time. Is she has these little audio meters that she pulls out, and I tend not to think about sound too much, especially for animals that they can perceive different sounds, like dogs, elephants.
Yeah,
they perceive totally different sounds. That's a whole. I don't look into that world because I think I'll explode if I start thinking about it. That's someone else can nerd out on that just as much as I nerd out on lights. So really, we're stuck, and this whole thing for me started at the start of 2023.
Mm-hmm.
And I wondered how it was doable. Because ultimately, we're faced with all these issues. None of these lamps are perfect for providing UVA light. What we need is the efficiency of an LED with the super spectrum of a high quality halide. Worth noting that not all halides are very good. Some of them are terrible, but the good ones are very good. And I want to say, well, I can tell from the picture because I can see the next thing coming up. It must have been winter because I'm wearing a jumper. So at some point, I had a prototype made of an LED that emitted UVA. And I wanted it to be in a spotlight because the positive welfare implications of a spotter, there's an argument to say they're higher than a flood or a bar. There's arguments both ways, but I started with a spot. And I had a prototype made. And the prototype looked like this.
Wow.
Really good. I say it's really good. It looks like a Mini Cooper headlight from a Mini Cooper. It's terrible. It's terrible. It's like, not only that, it blew the electricity in my house every time. I wish I brought it. I have it. It's in the garage. I'm on my partner's desk. I'm looking at my desk to see if it's at the desk. It's not. It wasn't good.
How many diodes is that?
Too many. I don't even know.
For anybody listening, it looks like you said, a Mini Cooper headlight.
Yeah, it looks like a headlight on a Mini. Yeah, it's horrendous. And
with like 80 diodes.
Yeah. I think there's 100 because someone can pause and count, but there's quite a few.
Yeah.
The spectrum was okay. It looks mental.
Yeah.
No one would ever want to use this lamp. Yeah. Not only that, the spectrum was only okay when I took off the plastic lens because UVA, the polycarbonate blocks all of the UVA. Really? So in order to use this lamp, you need to take the lens off and just expose those live wires. It's and my aim was never to produce a product. My aim was to prove a point that it could be done.
Yeah.
And I effectively proved the point that it could be done. And at the same time, I was working with Exoterra on their TerraSky UV, the bar. And that, I don't want to say it's anything like this because that would be really offensive to Exoterra. But it's it works in a very similar way in the sense that it's diodes across a bar. Anyone who's seen one knows what they look like. And that's okay. It's something I wanted to fix. And in fact, we looked at fixing it with Exoterra. The cost implications were a lot. And I'll talk about what the problem is. And it's the fact that there are lots of diodes, which we've already talked about. Mm. But the issue with lots of diodes is that you also get lots of shadows.
Mm.
Anyone who's been outside under a modern street light will have almost certainly seen the multiple shadows on the floor.
Yep.
If you have a single point source, you get one shadow. But for every source, you get an individual shadow. And what you find is this kind of cross shadow effect, which is okay. But if you're then adding,
though.
It's totally not natural. The sun doesn't do that.
Yeah.
And if you're also then adding different colors from different sources because we're adding UVA as a separate diode. If you're adding the UV, and you can see the UVA diodes, they're these silvery ones, and there's some with this kind of green, that's kind of a fluorescent blacklight phosphor that we have to use. Each of those will also be emitting a different color. So each of those shadows will have a different color to it as well. It'd be like having a red, green, and blue light next to each other. In the middle, it'd be white, but around that, you'd get this weird mixture of colors. You'd get the same effect. Some brands fix it by doing other things. This is taken from Arcadia's website. They have a similar concept where in the Jungle Dawns, they stick the diodes really close together. And anyone who's seen a Jungle Dawn will have seen that, right? The diodes are very close together.
Yeah.
That's how that is done. I was aware of another way of doing it, which was to stick them even closer together into, and this is going into the world of development, stick them into what's called a cob chip. And what you do is you apply all the different diodes onto the cob. Cob stands for chip on board. And you then apply the phosphor to all of them. So that phosphor that makes the white color, white for humans, you just apply it blank over all of them. This has other implications long-term with how the phosphor reacts to different wavelengths, but I dealt with that in a different way. For the record, these chips are tiny. They're smaller than a 1 penny or a 5 pence in the UK. So they're about 16, 17 millimeters in diameter. I don't know what that is in inches, but it's small. It's smaller than a penny, this thing.
Yeah.
And to put into perspective of how small it is, you can see the diodes on these example pictures. That's one on my finger.
Oh my goodness.
And that's not even it. That's just the heatsink. That's the diode, the little silver thing on the inside of it.
So it's literally the width of like one of your fingerprint ridges.
Yeah, ridge on your finger, yeah. That's one of the diodes. So these are microdiodes. These are stupid small.
Jeez.
And I mean, in that picture, you can literally see beads of sweat on my finger.
Yeah.
So that's how small this is. Like the heat sink is about 3 ridges, and the diode itself is about a ridge big. Right? These things are ridiculously small. So what I did was I worked with an engineer and said, okay, all of those diodes are usually blue diodes, and then we put the phosphor over with sometimes red in there, and we add the red to bring up make the lamp a warm color, but also we do it to add more red to the output, and thus you create that red color that I was saying LEDs are bad at. That adds the red, fixes it. I was like, what if we don't put red diodes in? What if instead we take my abomination lamp and just compress those diodes down?
Yeah.
And that's what we did. We got 96 diodes. That's how many are in the
96
cobs. Not on the prototype, but on the cobs that we use for the Phonolux True Chromers.
Yeah.
And then apply the phosphor to the whole thing. Thus, you're creating effectively one light source. There it is. So it's
there's
a point
96 diodes in here?
96 diodes in that, yeah.
I know. Is nuts. So I'm holding up the 35 watt Phonolux True Chroma.
Yeah, it's a hell of a. This feat, this cob technology, took 2 years, and this is like 2 years of making them and then plugging them in on a DC power supply and just leaving them to test the phosphor, because the phosphor will do what's called solarization, and we don't want that to happen with this diode, because essentially what would happen is the UVA would just go away. It kind of, plastic kind of goes yellow and brittle and shit when you leave it in the sun. That would happen to this phosphor in theory. So we tried a million different phosphors, but also I wanted it to have a high color rendering index. So I needed a certain type of phosphor. It was horrendous. That's essentially what I did with my engineers. And there is the chip inside. So if you were to take the glass cover off the front of the Phonolux, that's what it looks like. And you can kind of sort of see it if you look in sunlight. You can see that.
Yeah.
Apply it to a body, put a nice reflector on it. And
it's a crazy reflector.
Yeah, it's cool, isn't it? And then because the reflector, annoyingly, when we used that and then used a clear glass, we ended up getting that shadow effect a little bit, because each of those points on the reflector was reflecting a point of light. So we'd done all this work to get the cob to stop that effect, and then made that effect by adding the reflector. And I tried a smooth reflector, but that just added like a halo effect instead. The fix was to use a quartz glass, but rather than clear, we frosted the quartz.
Diffuses it.
And that completely diffuses it, yeah. And this is something we tried with Exoterra with some of their LEDs. And what we found was that with the SMDs that are called the individual diodes, the kind of different way of doing it rather than the cob, it doesn't nearly blend it as much because those SMDs are too far apart for it to blend. It can't blend it can't blend two diodes that are 5 centimeters apart, but it can blend the output from this lamp where the diodes are millimeters apart very well. So that's what we did. Obviously, a great cost. It costs about 8 times as much to get it frosted, of course. As with everything, it's more expensive. And thus, we put it into a body, and the shell body is actually an off-the-shelf shell because I just, still at this point, was kind of just proving a point. By this point, I was talking to some people who were interested. They'd seen a podcast I was on where I'd kind of talked about color vision in reptiles. This was, again, 2 years ago, maybe even 3 years ago. And I knew them through friends of friends, and we'd got talking, and they're these kind of crazy people that have a lot of money and not as many brains. I hope they don't mind me saying that. And they were like, well, we want to make this. Can we fund the development of this? And I was like, well, listen, if you want to pay for me to develop a light for you to look at, sure. And that's what starts. That's the start of the Faunalux journey. So yeah, it completely started off as my thing. And then they eventually bought the IP off me, the whole thing.
And this body is aluminum, right?
That is an aluminum body, yeah, with the exception of the kind of the neck, the very if you top. Like. That's plastic.
Yeah.
But that is an off-the-shelf part, because at this point there was a company involved who were wanting to make it viable as a product. So at this point, I could no longer have fun, if you like. I could still have fun, but there was less of a, it's just me pissing about with some money that I have and I'm doing it to prove a point. And it was more to appease a customer at this point.
Yeah.
And we tried a whole load of bodies. There were all different ones. Again, I should have really brought them because I have loads of different versions. And I stumbled across this kind of design. And it kind of sinks the heat away very, very well. It's pretty good. That is an off-the-shelf body, so you can get lamps that look just like the Faunalux Duochroma on like AliExpress if you want to. But I can guarantee they don't emit the same spectrum because they don't have this chip, because it
doesn't have the 96 diode.
96 mini diodes in there, yeah, because that is my chip. I made that. There's only one place in the world that makes them, and they make it on my authority. And that is what that is. And the spectrum, I'm quite proud of, is very bloody good. And we can do the same color thing, and we can get the readings. And my actual results, rather than these squares on a page, my actual results are online. Dr. Serena Wunderlich's results are online. Some other independent labs. There's I say independent, it's like a testing laboratory called Intertech. They do ETL. You've probably seen ETL in the UK, in the US. Intertech tested it. Results, as far as I'm aware, public. All of this stuff, lots and lots and lots of R&D went into making sure that this is the way it is. Mm. And you can see that there are individual diodes for 365 nanometers. There's this little one at 380. There's a little one. They're very, very expensive, so I had to cut those down. Then we have this one at 397 or 400. Then there's one at 420. And then there's the usual white one, a blue one for the white. And then the phosphor for the white is this kind of nice bumpy phosphor that creates a really nice white spectrum. And if you compare it to sunlight, that's sunlight in the background of that image. And again, there's none of this area, because this area is UVB and UVA2, which is vitamin D.
Yeah.
You have T5s that do that really well. They're perfect at that. Don't want to touch that side of it. Yeah. So those, you have one of those for that bit. We saw earlier with the one I showed you, it has that kind of blip
Yep.
That's that section of the spectrum. Then this provides your light. And then you have an incandescent light that provides the other bit that I showed you earlier on, that kind of long curve that went on until about 2,500 nanometers. So with those three lights, you could arguably for the first time create a full spectrum in an enclosure, an actual full spectrum. Now, it wasn't necessarily the first time because there are other brands that have done it. But I'm proud of the work that I put in on that lamp because it was good. And we called it the new LED lamp, or the Phonolux True Chroma. It became the Phonolux True Chroma. At the same time, I was also working and looking and chatting to some people from a company called Eurofins, which is a bit like ETL, and going into all this compliance stuff on how you label a product properly and how you do all this sort of stuff. And then I started consulting on that side of it, which was a whole new world for me. By this point, the products were pretty much made. This was about a year and a half ago. The product, at any point, somebody could have gone, here's the cash, produce 1 million of them, and they would have been produced. We had maybe 50 of them in total. And at this point, I started sending them out to some testers that I sometimes use. So it's all well and good me testing a light in the lab, and Intertech testing in the lab, and Entech and Amtech and all these different companies testing in the labs. But if there's something fundamentally wrong with this lamp that we haven't thought about, we need to know. And the only people who can tell us about that are the people who keep animals in different setups. I have quite a few setups, but I don't specialize in super arid uromastics, for example, and super hot enclosures. So I need to send this lamp to someone I know who keeps uromastics in super hot enclosures and see if he breaks it. Yeah. And also see if he uses it right. Give it to him without any instructions and say, there's a light, just try it out for me. It's safe, just try it out. And if he comes back and says, how the bloody hell do I use it? Then we know there's something that needs to be included in the instructions or something, it's a learning exercise at that point. That's the fun part of R&D, as well as I have this really fun video where I'm smashing one to pieces with a hammer that I'll show you. I won't post up a loop, but I'll send you later. It's quite a funny video.
You sent me that. Is that up on your YouTube channel?
Did I send you it?
Yeah, you did. It was a while ago. It was
this was ago. Exactly. Me just smashing up one of the True Chroma lights, right? Just
so basically, like a hammer. I kind of want to get into some of those, points. Some of the more common questions surrounding this light is it does have a higher price tag that goes along with it. But if somebody's listening to this right now, they can kind of get an idea of how much went into it.
It's horrendous. Yeah. And one of the other things was I said I would only be involved and they could only buy the IP from me, because bear in mind, I originally made all the IP. It was originally my idea. I would only do it with them and they could only do it with me if they also used the services of other testing people and labs. They could use me and my partner labs that I use.
Yeah.
And those are for testing for compliance and things like that, as well as my tests that I've put out today. But they must use Dr. Serena Wunderlich and or Francis Baines. They must. Under no circumstances can they not. And they must pay for that service. They can't just say, here's a lamp, can you test it for us? They must use that service. Because it's all well and good me saying, oh, look, I've produced this lamp for these guys. People will just say, so what? Of course you're going to say it's good. I don't want that.
You want party.
Yeah, I want somebody else to say it's good. And it's already happened. People start saying, Tom, you're running Phonolux, you're making money on Phonolux. That's not a thing, right? There are real, genuine people running a company that I consult with that bought it from me. Originally, I did. And they paid me money. So I have made money on the product, and I have made money on the IP, and I've made money on testing.
Yeah.
Those three things are absolutely true. But I do not make any money on the sales or commissions or anything like that, as I said at the start of this. My job is consulting on product development. And in this case, it's an interesting one because it's a product that I originally made in my spare time. Hilariously, within the next 12 months, another new company will appear. I can guarantee, because I'm already working on them, on stuff with them. And all of a sudden I will work for that company. I can guarantee that will happen. Within the next 12 months, it'll be someone else that I work for. I promise I don't. But the price tag that goes into this is the paying of me, the paying of I wasn't cheap. But Serena, I don't know what Serena charges, but I hope that she charges a lot of money. And the lab testing, as I alluded to earlier, the lab testing on those infrared things is £1,000, £2,000.
Yeah.
Oh, about £1,500. The lab testing to get a company, let's say Eurofins, to get them involved, just to get them involved to even consult on what tests they need to do is £2,500. Just to ask them the question, what tests do I need for this? That's $2,500. To then do the tests, you're looking at £15,000. And that's like, I don't have that money. I don't have that money.
It's funny because, you get everybody, I have a blue collar job. I go to work every single day, and everybody out there would expect me to get paid for that and to get compensated. So it makes it no different when it comes down to somebody putting all their time and a ton of resources into the development of a product and then selling that product, a good product, a fantastic product, which is why when I got sponsored by Faunalux, I think one of the first things I did was I went to you
and said, "Whoa, what's this? Is this a thing?
What is this? Is this a scam or not?" I have turned down companies that are putting out lights that are not quality. I'm not going to have this podcast sponsored by a company that is putting out a light that could potentially harm an animal. It's never going to happen.
Yep.
The Faunalux and Exoterra is on the cutting edge of T5 tubes.
And some LEDs as well. Don't you worry. They're pushing the boat out with LEDs as well. Don't you worry. There's some pretty cool stuff coming. And this whole range, which is amazing for a big brand to do it. Mm.
Well, and having talked to you privately and everything, the fact that Exoterra took you saying like, this isn't good, this isn't good, this isn't good, and they didn't just say, well, screw off.
Yeah, screw you.
We don't want anything to do with you.
Yeah. Get
out of here. They said, well, how do we make it better?
Yeah. Yeah. That's for me what makes a good company. That and what they do when something goes wrong, because something will always go wrong, right? Undoubtedly, one of the Faunalux lamps is going to break. I don't know how many they have made. Undoubtedly, one of them is going to break.
Sure.
What Faunalux does at that point, as in when I say breaks, I mean, just doesn't work out of the box.
Sure.
That's almost certainly going to happen. I hope not, but the numbers, right? What will they do at that point? And that will also define them as a good or bad company. Will they say, oh, well, will they ignore the email? Or will they say, oh my God, we're really sorry. Here's that. Here's also some stickers. Here's also, whatever, like here's a 50% off the next order or whatever they do. That will also define what they do currently in development, but also what they do to fix a problem is also a definition. And I can guarantee Exoterra has some very in-depth, partly because it's a lot of legal stuff, but very in-depth control on making sure that if there is a problem, everything can be fixed very, very quickly. And regardless of how big that problem is, if it's one person saying, oh, this isn't right, as soon as Exoterra catch wind of it, they'll do everything in their power to fix that problem. They will not just leave it to one side and say, oh, it's user error or whatever. They will do whatever they can. And that is like I say, that is the sign of a good company. And other companies do it too, but
and I would argue it's a sign of good people working for a company.
Yes,
and that's what makes the big determination there. That's the big deciding factor on whether or not a company is good, is whether or not the people are good there. And I've had long phone calls with people at Exoterra, and they're good people. Mm-hmm. And where my money goes, I want my money to go to good people. My cages are made by Maze Exotics. He's a local guy that builds PVC enclosures, and he's a good person, so it's the people that I spend my money with, that if I'm going to give you my money, I want to make sure that my product's going to be backed up and that it's going to be quality and that you're going to care as much about that product as I do.
Yeah, it's so important that the people running it all actually care. Actually care. And it's such a small, close, tight-knit community that it becomes very apparent very quickly when somebody doesn't, I think.
Yeah.
It's interesting, but my part in that is to make sure that development of those products goes well from the back end, to make sure, because obviously I have to consider conflicts of interest as well. Because at the same time as working on the Faunalux True Chroma, I'm also working on the stuff with Exoterra, and I'm also working on, which has a lot of crossover, and I'm also working on products with other brands. I work on 3 brands at the same time on their T5s, and coming up to 4 brands potentially. It becomes a conflict of interest, which is why I always say you must also get this tested by someone else. Yeah. You must, because I don't want to be, partly because I don't want to be the guy that everyone associates with everything, but I also massively value I don't want to be the common denominator. All these things start giving people cancer, and it's me. It's great world domination. What I value the independence of all of this stuff, and I want these brands to pay and donate and sponsor independence as much as possible, because I think I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure, to be fair, in the UK we have a company called White Python, which is part of Peregrine.
Okay.
You're taking the screen off. There's a ProRep is their kind of sister company. Some of these companies are the only companies that that will actively post independent data, like publish it. They will not just say, yeah, we've done the tests, and then keep it to themselves. They will actively publish independent data, even if the independent data doesn't agree with their own claims. The perfect example is the Faunalux lights, where I think on the box it says something like 10% UVA. My independent test didn't find 10% UVA. Serena's test didn't find 10% UVA. But Faunalux are still okay to say, okay, if you're saying that our box might be wrong, that's fine. Like, they're totally fine with being called out, because that's what independent data is, right? It's whereas some brands, if I posted saying this is wrong, you've got a spelling mistake on your box, or this symbol on your lamp is incorrect, people take it very, very wrong. Mm-hmm. A big one for me since doing all the compliance stuff is the different markings that we have to have on lights. So in the UK and in the EU, we have what's called the CE mark. You notice it's like a C and then like a backwards epsilon sign.
Yeah.
In the US, you have like ETL and UL and all these sort of things. There's rules on those marks. There's rules on having them, and there is a very big brand that has products that have those marks incorrect, like so incorrect that it technically isn't legal to sell those lights in the UK anyway. And if you mention it to them, it's like I say, it's like you've gone in on Christmas Day and pissed on the kids. It's like, it doesn't mean I think you're a bad person. I'm just telling you that your mark is wrong.
Yeah.
Versus another brand that I said it to, they said, oh shit, right, okay, we'll make sure we don't sell that batch in the UK or EU.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean the lamp is dangerous. It just, technically you can't sell that lamp in the EU.
Yeah. Because
the mark is incorrect. So you shouldn't sell it in the EU. So they said, okay, we'll make sure that batch is only sold in the US. The The batch with the correct mark is the identical product. It's just the sticker is different. And I know that's such a mad technicality, but the rules are the rules, and they're there for a reason. And one company said, okay, we'll just make sure we don't put that batch into the UK or EU. That's fine. Thanks. We'll make sure we fix it for the next one. And in fact, they sent me the file to say, what do we need to fix? Because we didn't quite get what you meant. They sent me the etching file to change. And I changed it and sent it back and said, do something like this. And they've obviously got their people to actually change it.
So,
yeah.
So some stuff with the Phonolux lights, the price tag is the price tag. You can enter code ExpertIdiot10 to get 10% off if you go and pick one of those up. But let's get into the lifespan of these, because I know we've talked in private about this. If somebody's going to shell out the cash, I don't know about how much it is, but I'm going to say around like $90 to $100.
Yeah, $100 around that. It's about 80 quid. Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll say somewhere in that range. It's an investment. It's an investment for your animal's welfare. What are you looking at for life out of that bulb? Because I know that you've done some testing on that specifically. So even though you can't screw this bulb in and then turn it on for 5 years, you won't know that for 5 years, right? But there is
the product hasn't existed for 5 years yet.
Exactly. But there is a process that you have.
Yes, we can do accelerated. Luckily, LEDs is one of the products we can do accelerated aging with. Fluorescents are a little bit more difficult, but LEDs you can do it. And the way you do it with an LED generally is you just overdrive it. Right, so we stick it on a power, and let's say those LEDs are 76 volts. We give it 90 volts and leave it and see what happens, and see if it starts to smoke. Essentially, and we turn it up until it starts to smoke, and we do lots. And all this costs money, by the way. That was my money at the time. That was a lot of money and a lot of pissing around. Because at this point, it was just me pissing around, right? It was just going, oh, I liked it. And then I was thinking more about development and all that sort of stuff. But yes, the accelerated burning in essentially is overpowering the chip. And at that point, you don't need the body. The body didn't exist at this point. It was just the chip. And many people don't realize this, but LEDs are ridiculously inefficient. They produce a lot of heat. The most efficient diodes are only about 30% efficient. And when I say efficient, I mean you put 10 watts in, and 3 watts of that is light in some form or other, right? Be it ultraviolet light, be it infrared light, be it visible light, whatever kind of light it is, whatever color it is. About 3 watts of that is measurable. 7 watts of that then goes as heat into the diode itself and into the surrounding area. As in, that's conduction heat. This is the issue with sticking 96 diodes close together. There are companies that have very good ways of getting rid of heat. The Reptile Systems Spot LED, or one of them at least, and the Arcadia Spot Jungle Dawn, which I think they've discontinued now, but they did have a Spot version for a while, have fans. They have fans on the inside. Wow. And then there's literally a little computer fan on the inside that is powered at 12 volts or something like that. And it just pushes cool air through the mesh on the inside to cool it, like a computer cooling system on a CPU, exactly the same way. We trialed that with Phonolux, actually. Very noisy, prone to getting dust stuck in them, prone to failure. Moving parts, never very good. So it has passive heating, right? Which is what the heatsink is, which is why it's aluminium and not plastic. The Reptile Systems and the Arcadia one get away with plastic body for a little bit of it because they have a cooling mechanism that's an active cooling. Passive cooling generally needs aluminium or brass. Well, brass is very expensive and heavy.
Yeah.
Or copper, but that's if you want to sell a kidney every time you want to make a lamp. Aluminium is very good at that. So what we tend to do is, and in fact, if you put my screen back on, I'll show you a product that I've also worked on that had a similar issue. What this was the different packaging that when we got into the packaging world, it was a case of all the packaging is mega colored, and the idea was for Phonolux was to be something different, to be something new, and they went for this kind of rustic brown color, which you'll have seen on the packaging.
Yeah.
And then the packaging was all wrong, so I had to tell them how to redesign it, and then I went through a compliance thing with packaging, and they did all this sort of stuff. But I made that little render. I was pretty proud of myself. So I just wanted to show that off. There's the spectrum of the True Chroma, and I just wanted to compare it to the spectrum of a very well-known bar lamp that you can see, very common, often sold with reptiles. That's the spectrum from that, compared to sunlight. Okay. Sunlight's in the background. That's that other bar, and that's the True Chroma.
Wow.
But another product I've tested, because prototypes are super fun, was, and you won't mind me saying this, anyone who's on any of the reptile lighting or some of the bearded dragon groups, Casey, his name's Casey. Casey has also brought out a lamp that I worked on. One of the big problems we faced with that was the heat, the venting of this heat. He has a very good way of doing it, a very good aluminium heatsink. And I worked on his. He has a brand called Sol Reptile, Sol being Latin for sun. And he has a vision LED. It's an LED that emits a spectrum with UVA. And the first ever, I'm sure you won't mind me saying this, rinky-dink test that I did was on this. This might not have been the first one, actually, but it was literally a load of diodes glued to a chunk of aluminium to test the output. And then that kind of evolved. He was playing with like anodized aluminium, and it evolved. And one of the things I said was those diodes need to be closer together. So he kind of made them a little bit closer together. Obviously, this was all prototyping, so the wires are not above board, if you like. But he's got these different diodes, and what he actually did was I think the most fun I've had developing something was he made this kind of terrible device that we should never be let out to the public. In fact, it got stopped at customs because they thought it was a makeshift bomb. It's a giant block controller. You can see the diodes in the background on the black heatsink, and there's dials for each diode type. And he said, he sent it to me and said, "What I want you to do," and this was genius. Casey, whether he'd take up this job, I don't know, but someone in an R&D department for a reptile company needs to hire this guy. It's crazy. There's stuff that goes through his head, and he's got some brilliant ideas, and he's got the right mindset to make, like, to tinker and play with things. Somebody should pay him for this, because he doesn't earn enough money on this sort of stuff at all. This device was essentially, I could tune each diode with my spectrometer above the light so that I could see the spectrum shifting as I tuned the diodes.
Wow.
And then measure the voltage going across each diode, and then send in the voltages for each diode, and then you could get that made.
Jeez.
That turned out actually not to work as well as we thought. And what we ended up doing, which is hilarious, is the only working prototype of this that was any good that I tuned perfectly. The problem was these diodes, they have a narrow band, but some of the diodes, it turns out, were tunable by voltage. And I only learned this at the time. I didn't know this was a thing. But some diodes, you can change the spectral output depending on the voltage you put through it, which is amazing for R&D. The issue is they're so sensitive to the voltage you put through that it's like, it's not something my multimeter can read, that I was sticking on the probes on a, right. To me, the voltage was the same, but if I nudged the dial ever so slightly, the spectrum shifted loads.
Wow.
So what we did was crack open the little device that he'd made, and then tune the diodes as perfectly as we could. And then I got a bottle of super glue, and I just poured it on top to stop anything from being tweaked ever so slightly. And like, super glue doesn't smell nice. And I hadn't thought until after the point of how the cyanacrylate would react to the parts of this device that he'd made. So it started smoking, and I was like, shit, this is the only working prototype. So I do what I know to do when you want to accelerate super glue and you don't have an accelerant with you, which is throw on baking soda. So I run to the kitchen, grab a bag of baking soda that just so happens to be in the cupboard, and just chuck it at this thing that's smoking and kind of I don't know if Casey knows this. And and baking soda makes super glue go off really quick. So it just goes rock solid. This thing, like just like a rock, like it's back in the plastic case. And I turn it back on and I test the spectrum and it's fine. And I'm like, whew. The issue now is there's no way of measuring the voltage across the device because it's fucking coated in rock hard super glue. The only way to smash it open.
Yeah.
But that's not my problem. That's up to his electrical engineer. So I package it up in the most secure way I can, covered in bubble wrap, and I ship it to a guy who's an electrical engineer who then somehow manages to get the readings from the voltages from this thing. I don't know how. I assume he cut the cables and measured. I don't know. And to my knowledge, that product is now almost readily available. I think he's handmade a few, and then he's setting up a factory. I don't really know what the deal is with that. Again, I don't deal with any of this sort of the sales or anything like that. I just deal with this part of it, the setting things accidentally on fire. And that is the
fixing things.
accident, very quickly fixing things, at least I think. And the final one looks like this. It's a load of diodes. And you can see the UVA diodes. They're the ones that aren't yellow on the picture.
Yeah.
And the spectrum is pretty good. In fact, it's almost certainly white, as we said before, to a reptile. It's a very good spectrum. I don't know when he's making it available. The heat sink on that thing is huge because it's producing so much heat because the diodes he's using are also mega bright. And they're SNDs. They're not the cob type, which I've used on True Chroma. So they're a slightly different technology, a slightly different way it produces heat. No, not produces heat, but expels heat, if you like.
Yeah.
So there's other logistical challenges. And it's very high wattage. I think it's like 80 watts, potentially 60 watts, something like that.
Oh, wow.
So it's going to get hot. Right? A 60-watt heat lamp, if you touch it, will be hot. The other big one is the Terrace guy. I
actually have a Patreon question on the Terrace guy, so I might be able to hit you with this now.
Sure.
I was going to say
there's the spectrum from the Terrace guy. Again, absolutely fantastic.
Wow.
Like, cannot fault it. The blue spike's a little bit big, but my God, you if we're comparing to the other bars that are available that people buy and think they're giving white to their animals, there are 3 lamps that I've particularly worked on, and I'm sure there's potentially more, but as far as I'm aware, there are 3 readily available lamps, and I've worked on all 3 of them, and they all have a fantastic spectrum that is much better for welfare outcomes than the current LEDs that are just off-the-shelf plant growth lights. And yes, these 3 things cost more. The Faunalux True Chroma costs 80 quid. The Soul Reptile, I couldn't even begin to tell you how much it costs. I don't think he's charging a hell of a lot, but I don't know. And the Terrace guy, to my knowledge, isn't super cheap. Maybe 100 quid. But I can tell you, if I was given the question of which lights would I use over my animals, would it be the 60 quid bar that is bright and decent in every other way, or would it be one of these? It would be one of these every day of the week. And it is, because these are the ones I use. With the exception of the Luminize from Arcadia, that's pretty good. The spectrum actually on the Luminize is actually worse than the previous generation because they've made it brighter, which then pops up the blue spike even more, lower color rendering. The dimming effect is quite nice. But spectral-wise and welfare-wise, these 3 lamps, in terms of LEDs, I want to say are the best on the planet. And they have a price tag to match, unfortunately. But I'm happy to answer the question. Sure. I think that's the end of the presentation. So there you go.
Oh, okay, cool. So the Exoterra, what have I done here?
There you are. The Exoterra Terrace guy. Yeah.
Well, you know what? I'll save the Patreon question. I'll save that. So you accelerated the burn of the lamp.
Yeah, sorry. I wanted to touch on the fact that the thing for KC, the Vision LED, the Soul Reptile one.
Yeah.
That had a similar issue in that it's getting hot. It gets very hot.
Yeah.
But that's a really good way of accelerating burn.
Yeah.
And the readings I get and the lab got from accelerated burn were a 3+ year lifespan.
Okay.
And my normal voltage, if you like, running it normal, it's just not been around long enough. Not been around 3 years. So I don't know, especially in the current heatsink system. That's the thing with it is making sure that it could, in theory, last 5 years, 10 years. It's just making sure the LEDs, the cob, and the LEDs in every other situation don't cook themselves, and it's getting the heat away from them. Which is why if you touch the true chroma, it's warm to the touch, and I've got thermal images on my tests, and it's pretty hot. It's like 60 degrees Celsius to on a thermal image, around 50 to 70. And that's hot. People worry about that, saying it's going to affect animals, but LEDs get hot. And if you've got 30 watts of energy going into an enclosure, you've got 30 watts of energy going into an enclosure. It doesn't matter what happens. All I'm doing with a heatsink is bringing it to the surface quicker in order to preserve the life of the diode.
Sure.
The solar Reptile does the same, and the Terra Sky does it. It's only 10 watts and it gets warm.
Yeah.
Because they're not efficient. And it's an issue, but it's one of those things. But we can use that issue as a way of accelerating age, because that's ultimately what kills diodes is heat.
So if you're getting a Faunalux, you are looking at least 3 years of usable life.
Yes, I think officially, I don't know, you need to ask Faunalux this. Sure. I think officially it's got like a 12-month warranty or a 24-month warranty or something like that. Standard manufacturer's warranty.
Sure. And then now, are you going to see a decrease in the UVA1 output as time goes on? Or would that only be if one of the diodes dies?
Well, the good thing about a cob is if one of the diodes dies, the entire thing blows.
Oh, good.
That tends to be the failing point. So that's actually one of the issues with UVB technology is the what we talked about earlier, whereas one of the regulation diodes dies off, you've immediately broken your lamp, but you can't tell. Yeah. The good thing about a cob is that if one of the diodes fails, the entire thing fails. And in fact, that happened in prototyping. I sent one to a friend that actually, hang on. Oh, I have them. I'm so annoyed that I didn't prepare. Oh no, I do have them. When I talked earlier about the polycarbonate blocking the UV, stops the UV, so you can have the perfect diode behind it, but as soon as you have polycarbonate, it blocks it. The lens that originally came with that body of the true chroma is like this. It's a thick polycarbonate. In fact, the reflector is in the lens. It's like that.
Oh, wow.
Cheap as hell. Had the first batch of prototypes, 5 prototypes, I think, made. And they sent them, and they had polycarbonate. And I thought, shit, I forgot to tell them that they need to leave it open or put quartz. This was before we decided on quartz. So I had to drill, to get this thing out, it's ridiculous. So I had to drill through. And there's my drill hole. Drilled through in order to be able to ratchet this thing out. In doing that, I'd hit the diode, the cob, ever so slightly. Nicked it with my drill. I thought, that'll be fine. I didn't test it because I'm an idiot. Sent it to someone. It blew the pair in the house. So if the cob is damaged, the lamp will stop working.
Okay.
So we're happy on that. That's pretty good. But that's a good thing. But in terms of output of UVA and output of visible light and looks overall, what happens with all LEDs is they slowly diminish. They do slowly diminish.
Okay. So just like a UVB light.
A little bit like a UVB light, yeah.
Yeah.
But again, that's 3 years, 3 to 5 years.
Yeah.
Really. From the burn-ins that we've done, the phosphor from my testing that I've done effectively doesn't solarize. So it doesn't crack or go bad with the UVA. It's not bothered by UVA, thank God. Because that was one of the problems there. That was one of the worries. So that I'm pretty sure I haven't noticed any real drop, really. You do notice a drop when you immediately turn it on to when it starts warming up. You'll notice that. you probably won't notice it, but if you measure it with a lux meter, you'll notice it because the lux reading will drop. And I think my readings show if we class immediate turn on as 100%, then at 20 minutes, you're at 98. And then it's pretty solid from there on. Okay. So it tends definitely not really below 90, depending on the situation. If you stick it next to a heat lamp and it's in a super arid enclosure, then yeah, it's going to drop more because it's getting hotter. But generally speaking, I haven't seen it drop. Well, I haven't seen them drop more than 90 at all. Okay. So that's pretty good. But in terms of in fact, that was actually one of the big questions from the start. Was does the UVA diminish? Because people in their head, they think ultraviolet, they think UVB lamps. The UVB goes away after a year. Sure. That is the going away of the UVB is actually the solarization of the glass. That's what's causing it. One of the reasons. The other reason is the phosphor decays slightly. The quartz glass doesn't solarize in any appreciable time, in 20 years maybe. And the phosphor, as far as we can tell, doesn't solarize. So the solarization issue isn't really apparent, from what I can tell, or from what testing showed. So I think we're okay in terms of any UVA diminishing or anything. I like the UVA going away and it just being a visible light LED and not being able to tell because you can't see UVA. Yeah. I don't think that is an issue. And I think my tests have shown it, Dr. Wunderlich's tests have shown it, and the lab tests have shown it as well. So from every measure of whether that's a thing or not, it doesn't seem to be a thing. Okay. Of testing since 2023. So what do we know? 2025? 2 years. Yeah. All right. Well, that's good enough for me. Now, it's good enough. It's good enough for them to launch as well. Yeah, I mean, and so I mean, you're looking at, let's say you pay $100 for this thing, $33 USD a year if you get 3 years out of it. Get 3 years out of it, yeah. I mean, for pretty measurable welfare improvements. Yeah. Yeah. The only issue is that we don't necessarily see the difference because it's UVA, so we can't tell. They definitely, they 100% do. Yeah. And even, I'm touching on UVA as being a visual thing. There's other things that UVA1 does as well. There's cardiovascular health that it plays a role in. UVA1 it decreases blood pressure. That's crazy. Is that in all animals or just reptiles? Well, from what from the tests I'm aware of, it's just humans. But I don't know. I've never actually looked. Huh. One of the ways it does this is by increasing the levels of nitric oxide in the blood, which is a classic decreaser of blood pressure. So it's like a vasodilator. Exactly that, yeah. So, interesting. And this is super cool because it makes perfect biological sense. And this is another side of UVA that people don't even think of. Because what it also does is prepares the body for trauma. And that might sound weird. Okay, fans making a noise. That might sound really weird, the idea of preparing the body for trauma. But as we spoke about earlier, UVB causes erythema, sunburn, and that is trauma. And as we also spoke about earlier, the spectrum of sunlight shifts ever so slightly as the sun rises. As the sun goes up, there is infrared kind of hits first, and that's you can see orange when the sunrise or sunset. This is without taking into consideration Rayleigh scattering. This is just sunlight itself. Sure. Infrared pretty much first with visible light, then UVA1 comes into the picture, then UVA2, then UVB. It comes in order, right? It's over pretty quick, but it happens in order. It makes perfect biological sense and evolutionary sense for that earlier exposure where there is no UVB, but there is UVA, for that energy, because it's energy, to be utilized as a preparation mechanism for the exposure to UVB that is about to happen. And this is exactly what happens. You find that melatonin in the skin, the darkening of skin in melanocytes, they're responsive to UVA. You can get a tan from a UVA lamp because melanocytes, they do react to UVB, but they also react to UVA without the erythema, so you don't get any of the sunburn. And that is because the skin is preparing itself by getting darker for exposure to UVB, because that's what a tan is. It's melanocytes making the skin darker.
Does it cause cancer?
Only if cells are killed, which is what happens with UVB.
So wait a minute. So you could tan your skin with UVA,
yes,
without cancer.
Yes,
that's crazy.
I know. Yeah, a lot of modern. There are standards in modern suntan bed lamps and the amount of UVB they're allowed. And if you take a reading of a modern suntan bed lamp, a spectral reading, there's so much UVA.
Are they safe?
You need
God,
3 minutes of exposure. Yeah, it's unnaturally high levels of UVA, but they're doing it with just shitloads of UVA instead of UVB. They only need a little bit of UVB.
That. I always thought that the tanning beds were like cancer traps. Maybe a little bit.
And because it's crazy unnaturally high levels, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And sun is as well, but the sun, there's a really good piece of technology you can get that ultimately will stop you from getting skin cancer in sunlight. You put it on your wrist. It's called a watch. And if you go out in the sun for 10 minutes, you're probably not going to get and you go back away and you go back into the shade, you probably, without any sun cream, you're probably going to be fine.
Yeah.
It's prolonged chronic exposure to those short wavelengths that causes this.
Yeah, well, your boy works in Florida outside for 8 hours a day, so
the watch isn't going to fix that, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I wear long sleeves and full brim hat and the whole deal. Goodness.
Yeah,
I mean, I didn't used to, but now I've had stuff cut out of my ears, so
Oh, from the exposure to the light?
Oh yeah, you got to be careful. Yeah, Florida is a different thing.
It is hella dangerous.
Yeah.
So but that is caused by the chronic long-term exposure, right? If you went out in the sun for 10 minutes a day, it wouldn't do that to you.
Yeah.
And that's with human white baby skin, right? That's not with reptile skin that's scaly and evolved to sit under it. The fun thing about UVA-1 is that it does that. It prepares the body for exposure to the UVB.
That's
which, if you pair it to the spectrum shifting on a sunrise, which is when animals tend to bask, the infrared also increases nitric oxide, but then the UVA increases it as well. And essentially what it's doing is it's getting the skin prepared for that exposure to UVB.
Wow.
And then the nitric oxide is then also reducing blood pressure. And it does other crazy things that we don't even know. There is a really good study on humans, again, because most of these things are, where they expose people to, I think they are suntan bed lamps. Some of them emitting UVA and some of them not emitting UVA. And you can't tell by looking at them because you can't see UVA. But people prefer the UVA ones. And we don't know why. They prefer to sit under the UVA ones. You ask them afterwards, which one would you want to sit under and why? Say that one, and I don't know.
Wow.
It's doing something to the body. And I'm sure somebody knows, and I'm sure I'm glossing over a lot of science here, because that's stuff that I've not even looked into. Because again, I'm scared of getting of the potential welfare detriment of us not providing UVA, of me learning something and going, shit, we're not, this is horrendous. The color thing is enough.
Yeah.
So yes, UVA does that vision thing, but it also does much more. And almost certainly does things that we don't even know. Almost certainly does things we don't even know. As with all of the wavelengths of light, we know that classic blue light wakes you up. It's just one of those things, right? These wavelengths do things to the body. Biological changes are made in the body because of these wavelengths.
So if you want your reptiles to be jacked and vascular and have good blood flow, you got to get them under the
UVA. Infrared does that as well. Infrared increases blood flow as well, but so does light as a whole. It's energy, right? Get them under a corner lux for that nice bright white light from a single point, which is my biggest achievement. Is the Cobb chip? I think is the single point. You're not getting that crazy shadow. It's one point of light that's got one color, if you like, coming out of it.
That is crazy.
It's a hell of a thing.
Yeah. All right. So let's get into the Exoterra, the VHO T5. Now, VHO stands for very high output.
That is what it stands for. Yeah.
And what does that mean for us as keepers?
It's a very good question, because it is one of the points of contention, you could say, for a lot of people.
Okay.
Because comparatively, the output of UVI, as I was talking about earlier, we have a UVI meter and you compare two lamps. The UVI isn't necessarily that much higher than, or even higher at all, than another lamp.
Mm.
But the amount of UVB that is emitted is higher, the percentage-wise.
Mm.
And I think the VHO thing is I'm sure they won't mind me saying this, a little bit of a marketing term. I'm sure they won't mind me saying that.
Okay.
It's a good one because there are standards on these things. People have probably heard of HO, T5HO, that's the standard.
Mm-hmm.
And there is also T5SO, or NO is the other one. And SO is standard output, or NO is normal output. And these are standards that are defined, pretty sure, by the IEC. These are classified as standards. So in order to classify something as a HO, it needs to have a set wattage above the equivalent SO. It needs to be in order to be classed as a HO. And these are well defined. I wish I knew the code, but I don't know the code. Which is one of the reasons that some of the lower output lamps, if you like, the shade lamps, can't in theory be called T5HOs because they don't officially meet the standard for HOs.
Mm.
The irony being that all of that standard only applies to general lighting. It's in the title, general lighting purposes. It doesn't apply at all to reptile lighting or animal lighting. And because of that, we can get away with saying what we like. So we can put snazzy marketing terms like very high output or super high output or just high output without having to meet those IEC standards.
Mm.
Because there is officially no definition for VHO that I'm aware of. I think there's only SO and HO. But in terms of what Exoterra is aiming for, and I don't speak for Exoterra when I'm saying this, it's what I believe they're aiming for with the VHO thing. Because I don't know the name of the product until it comes out. I didn't know it was going to be called the T5 VHO. The thing they're aiming for here is the very high output of ultraviolet, with an emphasis being on it being higher in its capacity of replicating sunlight than standard lamps. When I say standard lamps, I mean the competition.
Mm.
The spectrum I showed on the little presentation earlier was of a old-fashioned, 5 years ago T5, right? That are still very popular today. The change that we made to the T5s for Exoterra was very important to me from a welfare perspective, because it aimed to replicate sunlight better than the existing stuff. All of my projects that I do, I like to think I'm like a secret agent, and I give them all project names. Project the Extraterra T5s was Project Solar Pure. Snazzy. Project the Faunalux was Project Hinty, short for How is nobody doing this yet? Which I thought was quite comical. Nobody knows there except for me and you and everyone who listens to this. Project Hinty was the name, which was quite funny. But Project Solar Pure, because I was like, oh, it needs to be pure and like the sun and cool. Which I thought was quite cool in my nerdy way. And the whole aim of the project was to replicate sunlight in the area that is important for a UVB tube, which is UVB, better than the existing stuff. Because the existing stuff is very easy to make. 10, 15 years ago, the best engineers in the world were all based in Germany. And they developed a phosphor blend 10 or 15 years ago that was pretty good, and it would work in a T5. And this was the dawn of the T5 HO lab for reptiles. And the main factory, and I don't think anyone's denied any of this, is the main factory that did that was a company called Sylvania. And they manufactured a lot of lamps, and they manufactured for Arcadia and Zoomed. And they're based in Germany, and they had a lot of very good engineers and a very good team. 15 years later, Sylvania has closed, and a lot of their engineers were Chinese nationals. When I say Sylvania's closed, that specific factory closed, not the whole company.
Yeah,
that factory that made the T5 closed. All of those engineers from China just moved back to China and just started working at factories in China. And with them, they took the knowledge that they'd learned at Sylvania.
Oh, wow.
And there are 1-to-1 identical phosphor blends that you can get made in China. That I've actually tested one that is even better, I say even better, than the Sylvania blend. And lasts a hell of a long time. Very well. But it's made in China. People tend not to like when things are made in China. I think that's just because they don't like to hear made in China. The irony being that I'm speaking to you on a Mac that was made in China.
Yeah.
With my iPhone that was made in China. Like, everything was made in China. But for whatever reason, people don't like that on a T5 tube, and I think that's partly because of marketing.
Germany looks so fancy.
Made in Germany looks cool.
Yeah.
But Sylvania closed about 2 years ago, 2023. So, and then Extraterra approaches me and says, we want to make some T5s. Because they already make T8s. They say, we have contacts in China that can make fluorescent lights. We already have them. And I said, that's fine. You can do that. Let's get some samples made in China and see what they do. And some of them are bloody good. Very good. And I said, there you go. There's your answer. You can have these. But do you not want to take this opportunity to make them better? And they said, we want to make them better. There's no point in having the same T5 as everybody else. So we went to one of the teams that designed that makes medical lamps and design medical lamps. And they are based in Germany, and asked them to help develop a phosphor. Lots and lots and lots of mixes later, and lots of trial and error. We have a phosphor blend that is, I'm not afraid to say, replicates sunlight in the area of UVB and UVA2 better than any other lamp, better than any other phosphor. And they, Extraterra, trademarked it under, they call it Sunergy, like sun and energy and synergy and all these words mixed into one. And to this day, it's still the best I've ever seen. It's scary good. in its replication of sunlight in those prime areas. And to me, I think that's what they are referring to with the very high bit, because the amount of phosphor in that area, the amount of comparative to the visible light phosphor, which is quite low, the amount is very high, hence the name very high. They put a lot of trust into me for that, and I'm very thankful for that, because what we ended up making was a lamp that costs them more to make because of all the R&D. Because we had lamps made in China for almost certainly a fraction of the cost. I don't know the cost that they paid for these things, but almost certainly a fraction of the cost, that were perfectly fine and high output, equal to that of competitors. But Exoterra didn't want that as the final outcome. They wanted to make an improvement on the existing stuff, and it just so happened.
They said not good enough. Not good enough.
Effectively, yeah. They said, we want to make this better. There's no point in making the same crap as everybody else. Everybody's got a T5. We need something. We need a USP to begin with from a business perspective. We need something that makes it sellable. But also from a welfare perspective, the whole point of what we're trying to do, and this is me speaking on behalf of Exoterra, what they said, what we're trying to do is make it better for welfare, make husbandry practices better, which results in better welfare. And that is the aim of the product, is to do that. And thus the aim became make it more like the sun.
And it's still a $20 bulb or a tube.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how much they cost to manufacture. Well, I can tell you a rough estimate of how much they cost to manufacture, because I know the going rates for T5 productions. But I went to China very recently, and I saw the production lines of T5 tubes in China. I saw a few factories that have all provided me with lamps to say, "Oh, test this one." And, no, we're off. And the physical manufacturing of a lamp can be done anywhere. What makes it what it is the work that goes into the design and the research and development of it. And that is that's the value that Exoterra have in this lamp, I think, is the amount of work that went into it. It wasn't just me. There was many other people involved. I'm just a little bit of a poster child because I'm the one who talks about it.
Yeah.
And the other, a few of them also work for Exoterra, so if they talked about it, of course they'd say it was good. And a few other people, they make medicine lamps. They don't know anything about reptiles. They're just doing when I point and go, that one, they do that one. Like they're the actual brains of the person who's mixing the chemicals together. I'm just pointing like a big ape saying, oh, that one. That's what I do. But the team as a whole has done a pretty damn good job. Yes, in terms of the very high bit, that is what I think it is the amount of UVB output comparative to visible light is very high.
So they're on the cutting edge. They're taking that whatever was existing before it, and they're squeezing every bit of UV out of it that they can.
Yes, it's and not only that, but making it more like sunlight, which is unfathomably better for welfare.
Yeah, because
the spectrum reading becomes more like the sun, more like nature. Your welfare score goes up. So they've squeezed it all out of me. I can tell you that for a fact. And I'm sure, as a team, we've squeezed everything we can out of the phosphor. Now, that's not to say that the adaptations can't be made to make it even better, because they can.
Yeah.
Of course they can. But when do you want to launch this lamp, right? We already kind of missed the deadline. I don't know if am I allowed to say that, but we already kind of missed the deadline for launch, right? The unofficial deadline was a few months before it came out. But we haven't signed off on a few things here and there.
Yeah.
And a few of those things are like stuff on the box and things like that, stuff that they deal with. Yeah. But all of those bits of R&D and bits of development and bits of work is time ultimately, and these things do take time, and they have to release a product eventually. So yeah, could we make it better? Yeah, absolutely. But I'd never finish, right? I'd still be making the same T5 lamp in 10 years when T5s are banned. Like, we have to release a product eventually. And all things considered, I'm very, very, very happy with the results. And they should be, because it's the best replicator of UVB and UVA2 on the market. And and I'm not afraid to say that.
I think that they are proud of it. You know,
I think they should be. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's very high quality, and it's something that I'm proud to say that I use. You know, because
100%. Yeah. I recently, I can't name the brand, but we had. I work with a few zoos, and I've recently gone and replaced not every single lamp, because some of them were brand new, so it wasn't worth replacing them until 12 months is up.
Sure.
But replaced a hell of a lot of lamps from another brand.
Nice.
On the basis that this is better for welfare. In fact, I have a YouTube video on installing some lamps at some zoos. I have 2 videos, I think. One should have been out a month ago, but I've been to China and back and been doing a hell of a lot of other stuff. So that's a little bit delayed. Hopefully it should be in a few days. So by the time this podcast goes out, hopefully that will be out.
Let me ask you a totally random question.
Go on.
Are you supposed to wear gloves when you touch the tubes?
Do I have to put my compliance head on for this?
No. Well, so for the life of the bulb, right? Because I had heard that like the oils on your skin can like damage the bulb or
they don't really get hot enough for that to be a problem, and the glass is thick enough for it to not be a problem as well. It's generally considered good practice to wear gloves. I got in trouble for at the zoo. We filmed me putting in some lights, and I wasn't wearing gloves, and then the zoo has said I'm not allowed to post it because it shows potentially dangerous workplace. And I'm like, yeah, shit, that's totally my fault. I'm sorry. But the rest of it, I'm wearing gloves, I think, for the most time. But
now, is the danger in if you're holding it and you drop it and it breaks?
No, I think to be honest, I think someone is just being a little bit.
Okay.
They cautious. Have to have their say. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't. I've never faced a problem. The general issue for this stems from halogen capsules, the actual capsule that holds the filament in a halogen lamp.
Yeah.
And if you touch that with your bare fingers and then turn it on, it will very likely blow. And that is literally the oils on your skin pass to the glass. The glass then gets microfractures or hot spots and cool spots, and it causes a failure. It superheats basically.
Wow. But
halogens get very, very, very hot. T5s don't get nearly as hot. They're not runners at as high voltage. So yeah, they don't get as hot.
Now, something else, they didn't just make the bulb, they made this guy right here. And this is a bit of a game changer as well. And also, again, I feel like did you have anything to do with this as well?
I had one little bit that again I'm quite proud of to an extent. It's somewhat of an Achilles heel with this product. But it's the most redeeming feature, but it's also there's an argument to say it's the worst feature, which is the reflector. Because as in the little shiny curved bit.
Yeah.
The ballast is very good. It has completely new the control unit on the inside. So the most some of the big brands, the fixtures are a hydroponic fixture. Again, the most famous one you can find is a company called Shenzhen Sunlight Lighting Company, and it's a silvery aluminium fixture, and it's for grow lights. That's what it's for. And in the grow light world, in the hydroponics world, in the world of growing mass amounts of marijuana, you set up all your lights, you run them for a year, and then you strip everything back and start again.
Wow.
With new products, with new items. So those hydroponic fixtures are only designed to really last a year. They're not designed to last any longer than that. So what you find is the reflector gets very solarized very quickly, the mylar sheet. It gets brittle, and the ballast starts to fail and starts to flicker after a long time. And then obviously put it in an enclosure where it gets hot. It's not designed for an enclosure. This thing is not designed to sit next to a heat lamp. Yeah. But that's what we want. And Exeter had this one made that is more appropriate for UVB emitting tubes in its electronics and the way it works, which I didn't have a massive say on. I didn't really have any say on. What I did have a say on was the reflector. And it's to do with the shape of the reflector. Those hydroponic lights, they reflect very well due to something called the parabolic effect. And they reflect very well, but they only reflect very well directly underneath the light. So when you're measuring your UVI, if you're directly under the tube, you get a very high output from the reflector. Right? It's reflecting in a way that aims the light, the UV as well, directly down. The issue with that is that means that in order to, and sometimes in order to even get adequate levels, but in order to get the high levels of UV, your animal needs to be directly underneath that UV light. And I'm talking on the bar is this way, but I'm talking on this way, right? Lengthways.
Yeah.
So directly underneath. An inch left or right, and it will not be getting nearly as much UV, sometimes very little, because the reflection goes away, and it's pointing down. We changed the shape slightly for this. We changed the placement of the tube in relation to the curve, the reflective curve, and in a way opened up the curve slightly. And what that does is, instead of the beam just shining straight down, it does shine straight down, but it also shines around. So the animal doesn't need to be directly under the light in order to be being exposed to UVB. It can be, again, on the x-axis or the y-axis, I don't know which way you would say it, on the lengthways down the lamp, your animal can be left or right of the lamp and still be getting exposed to UVB. I.e., it can be to the side slightly under the heat lamp. Yeah. And it'll still be getting UV. Whereas if it's got a hydroponic style fixture, it doesn't get that. It doesn't get nearly as much exposure. It needs to be under the T5 in order to be getting exposure. And that is a massive game changer, because you don't often see, and I certainly don't often see, the T5 and then the heat lamp pointing underneath. So in order to be exposed, the animal needs to be under the T5 with the heat lamp slightly angled. You don't really see that. I advocate for that on the basis that most enclosures aren't set up like that. With this lamp, you don't need to do that. You can have your heat lamp pointing straight down, like most people do, and then the T5 next to it, and the animal is under the heat lamp, but getting exposed to the UV still. And the strength level at that axis is about 2.5 times, which is where they get the 2.5 times output thing from.
Okay.
And I don't think they advertise that enough, personally. But part of me wonders if it's also because it's also their Achilles heel, because when people measure their UVB lamps, they're measuring under the lamp. And as we discussed earlier on, people like high output. People like a high UVI reading, even though it doesn't actually play a massive role. And as long as it's appropriate UV, it doesn't matter. People like that high output.
Yeah.
And if you were to take the Exoterra T5 and put it in one of the competitors' fixtures, you'd get a higher reading. So there's an argument from some people to say use the competitors' fixtures. But those fixtures don't have the benefit of the wider spread. So it's. I don't think it's either better or worse. I think it's just different, and is for people to decide what is best for their setup. But if you're in an enclosure where you're on a mesh top, I'd argue that it's almost certainly better to use the Exoterra one, because that wider spread is way better. Because you can't angle any lights, but you can. But it's much harder to angle lights when you've got the mesh lid and all your lights are on top of the mesh.
It's nice. It feels very sturdy too. It's made of aluminum.
And it's insulated away from the heat lamp, so you can have it close to a heat lamp, and it's insulated. It's not going to be as affected by the heat lamp as much.
Yeah.
And it's a hell of a thing. You've got the 3 pins, which means it's earth, which means it's safer. From that perspective, from an electrical perspective, a lot of the ones only have 2 pins, which still safe because they're double insulated. But there's this argument that you should really use the earth pin or the growing pin if you're in the States.
Yeah.
They use that pin on these products. And of course, it has the daisy chain ability, so you can daisy chain the lights together.
Up to 10, right?
10, really? I didn't know that. Wow.
Yeah, it's a lot of lights. So
it's a lot of lights.
One smart plug, and you can put.
You're on, and it comes with the daisy chain cable, right? I think.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure. So the competitors don't. You have to pay for a daisy chain cable. Separate.
Some of them. I think Arcadia comes with one.
The new range doesn't. The Luminize doesn't. You need to pay for it.
Oh, look at that.
So the Exoterra one does. It does. In fact, to the point, and it definitely does, because when I was putting together the list for the zoo, I put in the daisy chain cables, and they were like, "Why do you need so many daisy chain cables?" And I went, "Well, we daisy chain the lamps." And they were like, "No, it comes in the box." Duh. Of course it does. Right, take off 3,000 cables then off this order then.
Yeah.
You don't need it. It's very. In fact, I actually have. There's some right there that are going to a zoo very soon.
Yeah,
they're going to a zoo very soon. They're in here because they arrived. The Exoterra in the UK, it's in the same in the States and in Canada. The company called Hagen runs them. Hagen is the parent company.
Yeah.
The Hagen office isn't too far from my home, and one of the guys lives in the next town along from me, and I'm on his drive home. So if I need something like that, if I'm like, shit, we need those lights for that zoo, I just go, Mike, and he can drop them off.
I hope they keep up the good work. I hope they keep working with guys like you. And I'm very impressed. It's a pleasure to have them sponsor the podcast. And,
that is cool.
It's super cool. I mean, I used to work at a pet store, back in 2011, 2012, and I was selling Exoterra stuff. If you had told me then that I'd be, hosting a podcast and they'd be sponsoring it in a decade, I'd say you're crazy. Dude, we've been recording for like almost 5 hours.
Shit the bed. We could have watched Braveheart.
All right, so I do have my Patreon questions.
Please do. Yes.
Treat them like we're going to do it like a lightning round.
A quick round. Okay, let's do it.
Quick as Tommy Boy can bust out answers. All right,
I'm not very good at that, but okay.
So from Yuki Boone, who is
Yuki Boone has messaged me on Facebook. I know this name.
Yes.
And by the way, separately, if you wanted to record another section where we answer these in further depth, and that's just for Patreons, I'm totally happy to do that.
Oh no, we're doing it all together.
Okay,
we're doing it all together.
Let's do
it all together.
Yuki Boone, I've heard that name. I recognize that name.
He's a great guy. He's over there in Amsterdam.
Right? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And he says, is the Exoterra TerraSky LED UVB bar a viable UVB source, or is it lacking wavelength in the 290 to 315 nanometer range?
Yuki Boone knows what they're on about. So the 295 to 315 is the area of what we call UVB, which is the D3 up bit.
Yeah.
It has that. And there are definitely examples of people who've used those over animals for many, many, many years. Bear in mind, the guys at Extra, this lamp was made many years ago. I've got a prototype from 2022, maybe 2023.
Yeah.
So, there are examples of people who've had this over their animal and have had multiple generations of animal hatch or born under this animal, under this light. However, from a replication of sunlight perspective, it does have UVA, but it's the UVA 1, it's the visible side. It does not have, from a replication of sunlight perspective, adequate levels of UVA 2.
Okay.
Whether that's dangerous long term, we don't know. We spoke about that earlier on the podcast as to what that means and the problem. And if it did, one of those diodes went out, is it a problem? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There are many, 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 many caveats with this. From a science perspective, we still need bloods. From a perspective of people have used them for many years without any apparent issues, I should say. But yes and no. It has the vitamin D up bit of the spectrum. It has that, and it's very safe. It's a 308 nanometer diode.
Okay.
Or 309 or 310 words to that effect. I think I have a public report. If I don't have a public report, Yuki, message me, because I will send you the spectral data with it. Because it should be public, but if it's not, you can message me for it. I'll send it over.
He had a follow-up question. What about UVC from single diode LEDs? Is it being emitted or misread?
Ooh, good question. Depends on the diode. All of this depends on the diode, right? So from the Terrace Guy, there is no UVC.
Okay.
From some brands, there is UVC, and that is, without getting too technical, I have a mini video on explaining what this means, which you can find on my YouTube. But the peak of a diode is it's less of a straight line, and the peak of a diode is like a almost like a curve, if you like.
Okay.
And it's called a Gaussian distribution. There's different words, but Gaussian distribution is what people call it. Again, I have a full video explaining what this means. The problem with some of the diodes is that the distribution of the energy on that peak, it can peak at 308 nanometers, but that edge that it has seeps off into UVC. And that becomes more and more apparent as you get close to the diode. So if you were millimeters away from the diode, you could probably measure UVC. Whether it's within safe levels, what is considered safe levels, depends on the diode. There's so many caveats to that. If you're talking specifically about the Terrace Sky UV, there is no UVC. Yes, there is.
Okay.
No,
Jamie asks, she says, what is the best mesh top for UVB transmission material? Should it be stainless, aluminum, etc.? And then what size diameter hole would be ideal?
Yeah. Brilliant question. So best, we're defining best as allows the most through in this situation, because sometimes the best may be to block the most, right? You may want to lower the UVI. Maybe you've got the lamp and you can't lower the UVI. You need to block it. Sure. In that case, the best would be blocking most. But if we're defining best as allows the most UV through, then we can go from there. Material is whatever is strong, sturdy, and reliable and purchasable, right? Don't make it out of gold. And suitable, right? Don't make it out of anything dangerous. Generally, steel or aluminium is used. It really doesn't make much of a difference if it's highly polished or not, because the mesh is so close to the light that it doesn't really make that much of a difference. There is an argument to say that if it's metal rather than black, it will reflect more of the light. Realistically, when we measure it with any realistic measurements, i.e. a solar meter, it doesn't make a difference. Okay. The thing that makes the difference is the diameter of the hole.
Okay.
And the gauge of the wire, if you like the individual pieces. In theory, what you want is as wide a hole as possible and as thin a gauge as possible of the metal or whatever material is. In theory, but obviously, if you've got long-tail lizards and they're really small when they hatch, you're going to need a fine mesh to stop them getting through. If you've got a garter snake, you can't have 3-inch mesh because they'll get through. So there's all caveats on each individual perspective. So the best is what's best for your setup.
Okay.
But you don't need to worry about UUV. If you don't have a solar meter, you can buy a lux meter, which is much cheaper, and you can measure the difference in lux, and it's the same for UV because it's all light. Light works the same way.
Okay.
So you can measure the amount of blockage, we call it attenuation, that a mesh does on an LED, any LED, and then take away the mesh and see what it is without. And then the difference percentage is the same for all types of light. So if you get a mesh that's 30%, 30% is pretty average, on lux, then you know it's going to be blocking 30% of the UV. Yeah.
That's smart. I never thought about that.
It works the exact same way. So
you can do your own science right at home.
You can just use a lux meter, which is $30. You can check the mesh, and then you know that it's blocking 30%, 20%, 25%, whatever it may be. There are some that are commercially available that are about 23%, which is pretty good.
Yeah.
But to use the word best is obviously caveats left, right, and center.
Sure.
There is a really good tool we have on the Reptile Lighting Facebook group. I say tool, it's a guide on how to use a photograph of the mesh to estimate the blockage.
Okay.
And it's an estimation, so it's not the only way of doing it is to measure it. But you can certainly estimate the amount of block using this tool. And you take a nice clear photograph and you count pixels. It's really boring and really nerdy. But if you follow the instructions, it's pretty, it's doable. And you get pretty good results doing it that way.
Okay. Yeah, my cage guy, he uses aluminum. I think it's like automotive grill mesh, and it's aluminum. It's thin. It's fairly thin, and it's kind of like little circles almost.
Okay. Yeah.
And it seems to work pretty well. But I can actually test that and see how much it's reducing.
A simple lux meter, and you don't need any crazy lights. You can just use any LED. You just need a piece of it as well. That big. It doesn't need to be anyone can do it, as long as you're just adding the mesh and taking it away, and that's the only difference, is the mesh being there or not. You're not doing it in a different room or whatever. As long as that's the variable, as long as that's the variable, you can take that percentage of difference and just use that for UV and all your different types of lights. Yeah, but sometimes, bear in mind, you do want more blockage. That is sometimes a thing that you need.
All right. Now, another question she had, and this is an interesting one. What are your thoughts on UV for invertebrates? Would tarantulas, isopods, scorpions benefit from it, or would it just stress them? And then I even put down here, what about feeders? What about what about giving crickets? Like, would that be better for your animals that you're feeding the crickets to if the crickets are getting UV? What?
The answer is yes. They synthesize vitamin D the same way as every other animal does.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So
you could supplement D3. Wow.
So you don't need a D3 powder anymore because it's in the flesh of the animal, which is how it is in nature.
Yeah. Yeah. Bugs are running around out there.
Bugs are running around. We in the US you don't get this, but in the UK the number one most popular feeder is locusts. I think you maybe get grasshoppers, but a lot of them are actually the same species. But in the UK, locusts, desert locusts, number one feeder. They're all everywhere. All the pet shops have them. The main big chain pet stores have them. The two big wholesalers that also breed live foods do. It's like the number one product, basically.
Okay.
And locusts are pretty famous for living in the desert, especially desert locusts.
Yeah.
And these things are exposed to UV all the bloody time in nature. And natural locusts, if you take them to the wild and smush them and get a vitamin D3 reading, it's infinitely higher than it is in a store-bought one.
Interesting. Wow.
There's studies on this. Mealworms synthesize vitamin D. All of these animals synthesize vitamin D. So
okay, now getting back to her question, I don't want to hijack it. What about the tarantulas and the isopods, the things that hide?
They do hide, but this stems to providing the whole spectrum and not just UV. Instead of just focusing on UV, if you're going to provide UV, in theory, you should also provide UVB, UVA, visible light, and infrared, because that is what the sun is.
Yeah.
Providing UVB on its own, albeit it'll be in a T5, so there is a little bit of UVA and there is a little bit of visible light. But those bits aren't very good. The UVB on its own or in the form of a T5 will have a welfare impact, a positive welfare impact. A welfare score would go up. For me, providing the full spectrum would be better. There are many other issues with doing it in terms of whether it would actually have a negative welfare impact because of what we call critical flicker fusion frequencies, which we don't even understand on invertebrates because they have different eye structure to us. It's a whole different way of dealing with light, which is a whole other science. But the from a holistic perspective, yes, it would be better for them. And it is, because you can provide a tarantula with UVB and it synthesizes vitamin D in its exoskeleton and in its flesh. And it does it as long as the UVB is at a safe proportional level. It does it to the same natural levels that it would in the wild, because there's a feedback loop in the T5s that you're using, which is that synthesis and regulation perspective. So these animals cannot, if you're using a safe and appropriate T5, cannot over produce vitamin D. So then you're not going to kill them of vitamin D toxicity by using a safe T5.
It's interesting because it makes me wonder, like I've noticed I have a tarantula and sometimes she'll put her legs out the front of her hide. And I wonder if that's some form of cryptic basking, makes you wonder.
Yeah,
I'm curious.
It's almost certainly a multifaceted reason, right? They're almost certainly doing it for hunting as well.
Sure.
In the same way, me walking into a room and smelling the nice apple pie that is on the side, I didn't go into the room intending to have that sensation and intending to have that physical response, but it happened.
Yeah.
In the same way that I go outside to get to feel good in the sun, and I get a tan as a side effect, it may well be that the tarantula has evolved the behavior to do that for another reason.
Yeah.
And the benefit has happened as well. There's almost certainly multiple reasons as to why behaviors exist. Very rarely.
I know I've got a couple spider nerds that listen to this, so if all this is wrong, then go ahead and yell at us in the comments.
Yeah, some spider nerd will say, actually, this species never. I can tell you in zoos, we provide UVB for tarantulas. That's what I can tell you. Is that and when I say zoos, I mean actual accredited zoos that are real zoos and not somebody set up they've not got a ball python and a bearded dragon in the garage and call it a zoo. Yeah. I'm talking actual accredited zoos with welfare committees and welfare officers and whole teams on this, like millions and millions and millions of pounds or dollars or euros, whatever it is. Those people.
Well, Tom, I know we don't get along that well, but we'll have to do this again sometime.
We're gonna have to. I know. Yeah,
I'm almost. There's part of me that wonders if I should cut this into 2 parts, but I think that
feel free.
Might as well just put it all out in one gigantic. I like outrageous things, and I think an almost 5-hour long lighting podcast is pretty.
Someone will listen to it. That's the mad thing.
Someone person.
Psycho. I'm going to listen back to it to make sure I made sense. So
I know
somebody
Yuki's going to listen to it.
Yeah. Yes, Yuki. Someone out there is going to listen to it, which is insane to me that someone's listened.
Yeah, but you know what's? Yeah, we're almost at 5 hours. You know what's not insane about it though is I treat podcasts like I use Spotify and I'll put that on and I go to work and then that's 45 minutes. And then maybe I'll listen to it at work and then on my way home from work, it auto plays, so it's like if I can listen to one podcast for all my commutes to work for a week, I'm actually happier because I don't have to deal with the frustration
find a new one, something. Yeah, that's crap, isn't it? Very good point. Yeah. Very good point.
You know what? Enjoy lighting, nerds.
5 hours of absolute. Someone in the comments, if you can count how many times I said the word spectrum without using the automated tool on YouTube, then I will send you £20. That's 20 Great British Pounds. I will send that via PayPal.
Yeah,
How many times
and no AI, no using AI.
Spectrum.
Yeah.
There's one at the very end. If you keep watching, there's one at the very, very end. I've not said it yet, but in 3 hours when this video carries on, it'll be there.
Somebody is going to somebody's probably going to write another comment that's like 14 paragraphs long too. Like,
oh, dude, that'll always happen. That'll always happen. Actually, in this situation, it's a very unique situation with this one animal that doesn't see sunlight because it lives at the bottom of the sea.
Don't you know about?
All right, how many of them have you got in your house?
Don't you know about the volcanoes?
the volcano one, it gets me. Actually, infrared B does exist in nature because volcanoes. Fucking hell, sorry.
Oh boy!
I go and put my bearded dragon next to a fucking volcano to bask. Crikey!
All right, brother.
Nice one.
I appreciate you.
I appreciate you. It's been fun. It's been a fun 5 hours.